All right. Could you all hear me? Wonder if there's a spot I could see if my sound is working. Let me know in the comments. I'm gonna check on my own really quick here. Lowered my audio gain. I'm gonna see if that helped a little bit. All right, now it's a little bit more lower. I have not used my mic to record in some time, so give me a second here. All right, is my mic sounding better now? Change some settings on it. Let me know in the comments here because it's a new program I'm using here. If I need to lower it more, let me know. And we're having some initial results starting to come out now. We have, okay. We have one county coming in, which is Chesterfield, which is one of the most important counties here. It's a suburb of Richmond. Only 1%, though, is in. We're going to check the odds really quick here, too. And it's still heavily, not heavily, but leaning towards Youngkin. On Washington Post, though, it's coming out a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, 37% out of Richmond County. 67.8. Youngkin is slightly outperforming Winston-Sayers, and Jason is outperforming, surprisingly, both of them in this county so far. We have some of the initial House seats coming out too. Post your prediction down below of who do you think is going to win and who you want to win this race. I believe Youngkin is going to pull off a narrow victory, and that'd be an upset here. New Jersey is going to be a little bit more interesting too, because there wasn't a lot of focus here. Let's refresh on Decision Desk. Kind of like their format a little bit better. Nothing yet here. Richmond County is about a little over a third in. 72% to Youngkin. Let's pull up Virginia. Richmond 62% went to Trump. And let's see, 2012 I also have up here. 57% to Romney. A little bit more Chesterfield and a few other counties coming in, but for some reason they're not being highlighted yet on Washington Post. Is predicted market swinging any side right now? Oh yeah, it swung now to a likely position for Youngkin, and it's pretty expected early on. It'll narrow down as time moves on. Let's see, Decision Desk does have some more filled in. We have 6% coming out of Chesterfield right now too, with Youngkin holding a 2.5 point lead. Both the lieutenant governor and attorney general race, though, is tighter than the governor race so far. Let's check an update here. Here we go. Got someone in the chat. Let's take a look back at my phone here. What do you think is going to happen in Virginia? Do you think Youngkin's going to be able to pull it off? Chesterfield now has 10% in, and it's roughly a tie. Wonder if that's having any effect currently on the odds there. And some Sears is now slightly likely to win now. Very slightly. Still likely to be 3 million or more coming in here. I don't know what's with Washington Post right now. They're having slightly more votes coming in on there, but I don't really like this half shaded with no color. Do you have any high turnout areas yet? Well, counted. Looks like only Richmond and Chesterfield are kind of coming in. Nothing really much yet. Check back at the odds. This was my final map prediction. I did a video on this yesterday of Virginia and New Jersey, but I don't have the saved map of New Jersey, but I could probably pull that up really quick here. Yeah, this was the final map here. I showed Murphy having a 7.78% victory in the state, and I had Youngkin with a 2.3% win. Like 29,000 votes counting currently. Pull up the other races. I also have the 2017 governor election, lieutenant governor, and attorney general up as well. And Gillespie was able to carry Chesterfield. I forgot he was able to do that, but it was only by like 300 votes. Oh, 40% coming in now. Okay. With a 3-point lead for Youngkin currently. $63.4. Yeah. Youngkin is strongly outperforming Sears. We may be in a position in Virginia where we have a Republican governor and a Democratic lieutenant governor. Which decision desk was kind of keeping up. I'm going to take a look here at the betting. Still roughly the same. Currently 30,000, 42% reporting. Let's see. It was almost 200,000 total votes. All right, I'm having someone join the stream here. It's not Calvin. He'll be joining us a little bit farther down. Not too far, though. We now have 2% reporting with almost half of Chesterfield in. Youngkin's now holding a 6-point lead. There's some Democrat votes coming out, 58,000. Trying to find where that's coming from right now. Oh, here we go. Finally, we're kind of coming in better on decision desk. Terry McAuliffe is now taking a lead slightly with half of Loudon in, but not a good margin currently for Terry McAuliffe. He's only holding a 10-point lead. We also have Prince William coming in now, and not too many other areas. Let's see what the odds are now saying. Roughly the same. There's no shifting yet. Oh, here we go. Stafford County now starting to come in here. 6% only, though, counted. Chesterfield's 24% in, so they were underestimating the total vote there. 90% Yunkin in Lee County. That is overwhelming. Here we go. Hello?
Hey.
I cannot hear you.
Hello?
Yeah.
Is it?
I can't hear you. Let's see if I could. Well, give me one to check the stream if your sound's coming through.
Hello? I don't know if you can hear me, but...
Okay, your sound is coming through. I'm just going to probably have to talk to you over Discord because for some reason
that works.
I can't hear you.
Hello?
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, talk?
Hey.
Okay, there we go. I didn't even notice I had my sound off on my computer.
Good job.
Yeah.
Good job, Nick.
All right, so I don't know if you know what's going on today, but there's a lot of elections. We got Virginia, which is probably the most important one here. I don't know if you could see the screen here.
Yep.
You can? Okay, so this is a state that went to Biden by around 10 points here. But this time around, it's supposed to be very close. Republicans haven't won it since 2009, and there's a really strong Republican candidate running.
Sorry, there's some arguing going on outside.
You're all good. So what do you think's gonna happen here? I know you haven't
I
probably
mean,
focused too much here.
no,
What
I
do you
haven't focused too much on state counties, but just kind of basing myself off of what's been going on recently, at least nationally, I would say probably Republicans probably have a better chance now looking at the past few months ever since the Biden administration's taken over. People are probably going to sit there and be like, hey, maybe we don't want, X uh, X person taking office because they might end up supporting this person, but we've learned that Joe Biden has some of the lowest acceptance rates in a really long time, and
Yeah.
I'm sure that people don't want that. People don't want him in office anymore, probably. So I'm sure that's going
Well,
to sway their votes because at this point, let's say that there is a vote to try and impeach Biden. They don't want people voting for him.
okay. So we had an interesting poll come out of Virginia alone on Biden's approval rating here. Let me see if I could find it because I believe it was not too good. It was around the same as the national approval rating. I think it was around 42%.
Oh,
And
I
he
thought the
won.
national was lower than that.
Well, that was an NBC poll, which skews to the left more so, but
Okay.
it was the only poll that came out of Virginia on approval rating. And if you look at the percentage of vote he got there, which was 54% in the previous election, if he's underwater by 10 points, that's not at all looking good for him.
Of course.
And a little bit better for the Republican side here, too. Glenn Youngkin, which is the Republican candidate, he's appealed to a lot of moderates in the middle as well as the Trump base. For instance, we have a county like Lee County, which is now currently going to Glenn Youngkin by over 90%. This county went to Trump, but it was a lot more narrower than that. It was
Oh yeah, looking at it now.
84%. So it's a
Yeah.
6-point increase. That's a Trump county, but we also have a more moderate county like Loudoun, which went 61.5% to Biden. And currently it's a lot tighter here. It's a 10-point difference between McAuliffe and Youngkin.
Well, yeah, like I said, my personal opinion on what might have swayed the difference there is, you like I said, you look at the election, you see, well, Biden's administration isn't doing what they promised, so you got more people kind of swifting more towards the right this time, seeing if the right will actually make a difference in what's going on, at least in
Yeah.
that county.
So the biggest thing in this election, too, the biggest topic was education, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
McAuliffe had a screw up in a debate where he basically said that parents should not have a say in their children's education. And Youngkin really capitalized that in the final weeks of the election. There's a betting odds, which shows like the chances of who's going to win an election. And if you look at the 90 days, Republicans weren't really going to be too competitive until that strike. And Glenn Youngkin really capitalized on that because Virginia is known for their education.
Of course. And I mean, you also talk about the education. You also got to think about what they're trying to teach because I know I personally recently decided that if I were to have kids, as of right now, I would not want my kids going to a public school because of what they're teaching.
Yeah.
And for example, you look at the LGBTQ community right now, and it's not necessarily that LGBTQ is the problem, but the problem is that there are people that are using that as an excuse, as we saw in, I can't remember where this was, but recently there was a father who's now being convicted of assault because a school board refused to do something about
Yeah,
his daughter getting raped.
that was in Virginia. That was another
Virginia.
thing that was
Yeah.
capitalized on in this election here.
Of course, I mean, you don't want that happening because I believe it was not even 2 weeks later, and it happened to another student by who they're assuming is the same assailant. But the school claims that this never happened.
Yeah, they tried to cover this up.
Of course.
So currently, it still shows in the odds. It shows around a 65% chance of victory for the Republicans. So it's kind of standing strong, even though the Democrat Terry McAuliffe just took the lead. A lot of D.C. suburbs just came in, which heavily vote Democrat. And there's still a lot of rural and suburban area, which leans towards Youngkin.
Of course.
We now have also part of Virginia Beach, which has been a kind of ground zero area in this campaign. And currently, Youngkin holds a 22% lead. This is a county that Biden won by 6 points.
Well, you look at how that flipped.
Yeah, there's still a lot of vote, but the
Of
preliminary
course.
coming in
Yeah.
is quite strong.
Yeah. And I mean, things can always change between the preliminaries and the
Oh, yeah.
actual voting period.
Yeah, but this is quite the sign.
I mean,
So far.
looking, for example, the 2020 election, you look at it and people were, with the preliminaries of the 2020 election, people were thinking, California might flip red, which of course no one knew was going to happen, but everyone knew that wasn't going to happen. But I mean,
Yeah.
you look at I'm just trying to point out, the inaccuracy of what preliminaries can bring out. So,
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We saw, especially day of vote comes in heavily for Republicans. This time around, it's going to be a little less for what's it called pre-election vote. There's not as much mail-in and early vote. There's roughly 1 million, I believe, and there's supposed to be over 3 million votes in this race here. They're saying about 60% of the pre-vote is going towards the Democrats and 40% towards the Republicans here, which is not the biggest lead as well.
right. One thing I do want to check out is how are the two counties all the way on the right of Virginia doing? Those two gray
These
ones.
two?
No, the two gray
Oh,
ones above that.
those
They
they're
haven't
not
had
coming
anything
in
yet.
yet, but those
Okay.
are pretty important as well. Northampton was a county that flipped from Trump to Biden, and this is another county that was trending Democratic up here. So we'll see how that
I
goes.
find it interesting because you would think that since that's kind of secluded from the rest of the state, I find it interesting that it's kind of half and half on that little peninsula.
Yeah. So
You'd
this
think
is
that you think that they'd have kind of the same-minded people, so they might be voting closer together. But it's interesting.
Yeah, we have also more votes coming out of Loudoun, which is probably the most important county here, and it's narrowed down to now only a 7-point lead for the Democrat there. This is a county that Biden won by 25 points, and only 23% of the vote remains. So that's quite good for Youngkin up there. That's outperforming my expectation.
I'm curious, what's known about the Independent Party going on right now? Is he expected?
Oh,
Are
yeah.
they expected to win anything?
So in the Virginia race, they're only taking currently 0.6%. There's some other races that are going on today too. There's like ones in Florida and stuff. We also have some mayoral elections, so I wonder what they're going to do there. There hasn't had anything coming in yet. And we're still waiting on New Jersey to start reporting some data.
New Jersey should be an interesting one.
Yeah, this is a race that hasn't had too much focus on. It has narrowed down in the final few days of the race here, and the money race between the two candidates is roughly equal. Now 85% coming in out of Loudoun and narrowing a little bit more, which is very good for Youngkin. Only 15% remains.
And we'll have to wait and see how that one goes. I feel like that one's going to be closer to a 50-50 by the end.
Yeah, it could be. He's definitely doing what he had to do here. And he's remaining very high in these more Trump-like counties, too. We don't have anything out of Richmond, though, yet, which is a heavily Democratic area. Let's see, Loudon last time, Ed Gillespie, which was the Republican candidate, received 46,000 votes to the Democrat Ralph Northam 70,000. Currently, Terry McAuliffe has not even surpassed Northam's vote, and Youngkin has surpassed Gillespie by 7,000 there.
I'm curious to know what Youngkin's doing that his predecessor wasn't.
So we have, well, one, there's going to be there's opposition to the Democrats right now. We have a Joe Biden in the White House, which has been historically, if the leading party is in the White House, you're going to have some more of the opposite party coming out to vote. On top of Glenn Youngkin appealing to two sides of both very conservative and more moderate-like voters here.
Of course.
We have about a third of Fairfax, which is probably the largest Democratic county up here, coming heavily to Terry McAuliffe, 73%. And it was, okay, I think this one's going to narrow down because I think this is a lot of the early vote that's still reporting there. Because I don't think Terry McAuliffe is going to outperform Biden in Fairfax. Everyone's pretty quiet in the chat so far, but see if anyone has to say. Oh, here we go. So they call this election probably the most important currently in the country because it's the one that has the most focus on in this election cycle, as well as Virginia has historically in the early 2000s a very Republican area. Bush won it twice, but Obama was able to pick it up in 2008 and has trended Democrat since then. Republicans won it one time in 2009, but haven't been able to unseat a Democrat since then. Democrats have taken both chambers, the Senate and House there. And Youngkin is playing a in-between candidate, testing the power of the GOP, kind of, if there's going to be good or bad opposition in 2022.
Hey Nick, where are you streaming this to, just so I can take a look at any chat comments?
I'm on YouTube. I'll send you the link.
YouTube?
We currently have 7 people watching. I'm gonna also share this on Twitter and stuff. I'm gonna send this. Yeah.
There, I'll have that set up just so I can look at the chat.
Okay, we have now 20% of the vote in with 600,000 votes, and Loudoun County is continuing to get closer, which is very good for the Republicans. I wonder if he's going to outperform Trump's numbers in Loudoun, even though there's less election vote. He's the favorite to win. I currently would say Youngkin. It's even showing on the odds. The odds were swinging a lot today before any results were coming out. We saw before, like, any information, it was about a 45% chance. And then Terry McAuliffe took a 60% lead. And then now, since data has started to come out, Youngkin is now holding a 70% chance of winning the race. So I would say currently I would say lean towards Youngkin. We have now 800,000 votes in. So we have more data coming out. And I wonder where that's coming from. If you want, I could send you some of these, what's it called, maps to check out, Sean.
Yeah.
So then you kind of get an idea. I'll send you the decision desk, which is probably the best one to look at. The Washington Post map is kind of broken. You may need to make an account or just log in with Google.
Yeah, I'll probably just use my Google.
Oh, and I have, here we go. What's up? You're muted currently.
Gentlemen, how's it going?
It's going good. We have
Pretty
some
good.
data coming out. Currently, it looks like the Republicans are going to win the state of Virginia.
That's good news.
Yeah, we have one of the most important counties outperforming my expectations. There's only a 5-point difference, roughly. I predicted that the Democrats would win it by 10.
Huh. How's the stream been? How many viewers have you had?
Currently, we have 7. It started to tick up now.
Awesome.
I'm going to share it on Twitter now because I've been kind of waiting for a little bit more people to join. I was testing out some of the mechanics of this program because I haven't used it before, so it took a little while to get used to.
Yeah.
Oh, if you also want to bring in any people to the stream, let me know because I could send them a link.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going over the some of the data on the map that you just sent me.
Yeah. I also sent you all the stuff, Calvin. You know, 90% coming out of Loudoun, and Glen Youngkin still closing the lead. Stafford County starting to come in, strongly going to Youngkin as well. And now he holds a 10-point lead in Chesterfield.
Interesting. If you look at Northampton.
Northampton County?
Yeah.
Is that the one on the outside of the state more?
Yeah. It was the one that voted blue previously. They're ahead. I mean, it's only about 25% of their votes are in, but if you look at it, it's about a little over double of what they've counted so far has been for Youngkin.
That's good for the Republicans there.
Of course.
Everything I was hearing about Youngkin is people love him.
Oh, yeah. He's been performing very well. He's appealing to both bases, the moderates, like the kind of more like Bush Republicans and the Trump Republicans out here. Like Loudoun County has been this close in quite some time now, probably since 2012, and it may even be closer. And then we have counties like Lee, which are coming out for over 90%, which is even higher than Trump's margin. We also have a lieutenant governor and attorney general race out here too, and they're kind of being carried right now by Youngkin.
Yeah, those are really close right now.
Half the vote out of Henrico County. That county wins. Where's the 2020? Wins almost by 30 points to Biden, and it's a a lot closer than that. It's 12-point margin currently. So that's a 18-point swing. What's the website? This is Streamlabs.
Nick, how long ago did they start counting these?
Within the last, I'd say 20, 30 minutes. It's been pretty recent. They just started reporting. I'm going to check the odds because I haven't checked that in a while. Oh, okay. Youngkin now pushed over a 70% chance of winning here.
Oh wow, I'm looking at the states, and it looks like there's a lot going on, especially down south.
Yeah, there's been some pretty heavy. Where's any county over like 70%? Oh wait, here we have Buchanan County, 85% Youngkin. Let's see, 2020, is he on pace? He's outperforming Trump's numbers by 4%. Trump had around 8,000 votes, and he's carrying 5,000. So that's not too bad. He's actually doing quite well there.
Yeah.
And McAuliffe is behind even further there by about 50% of what they had in 2020.
One thing that we have to keep an eye on is the more populated areas, because this is kind of reflecting a little bit of how the 2020 presidential election went, where you look
absolutely.
and you look at a map and it's all red, but then you look at the numbers and you see that the red areas are typically more of the less populated areas.
Yeah, it's definitely going to start showing like that. The most important part of the state really we're watching for is the northern part of Virginia. Loudoun County almost fully in.
Oh wow,
and then
90%.
Fairfax is kind of the one that's going to really depend on McAuliffe's performance here. And then
Looks
we don't
like
have any
Arlington's
of
taking a hit.
yet. Arlington, yeah, that's DC suburbs. But this is a lot of the current numbers that are out of these counties are almost all early vote, and they'll trend slightly to the right with more of the election day coming in. Nothing out of New Jersey yet. We have some out of Ohio, a little bit. Not much, though. So there's two special House elections. We have the 11th district, which is a more safe Democratic area, but it depends upon how Republicans perform here. If they outperform their 2020 numbers, that'll reflect quite well. And then we have the Ohio 15th, which is a district where a Republican retired also. This is a safe Republican district, but the candidate that's running has been strongly endorsed by Trump. He actually was at one of Trump's rallies beforehand. So we'll see how he performs versus the 2020 numbers as well. What are you thinking here, Calvin?
Well, I'm looking at Cleveland right now, and obviously
Cleveland?
that's gonna come in all Democratic, but
Yeah.
around Cleveland is where I think it might get interesting. Akron worries me also.
I mean, it's going to go to the Democrats. It just depends upon how we turn out there.
Yeah.
If we could shift it a little bit farther to the right or not is going to really show.
Well, the Columbus area I'm pretty familiar with, and I know but the surrounding suburbs of Columbus and where Columbus actually is, there is a lot of money. So I could, that's probably going to go to the GOP. It's interesting to look at the difference in Ohio between the Columbus area and the Cleveland area are like night and day difference.
Yeah. Okay, we have an update in the chances of winning the governorship, and now shows about an 80% chance that Youngkin wins. We also have some other smaller elections going on. A lot of cities. We have the biggest one, though, being New York City. There's an election for de Blasio. And then we also have a very interesting Minnesota election where it's voting on if they're going to defund the police or not.
Where did you say that one was?
I'm trying to find it. I think it's the I'll send you a link to it. It's on the Washington Post, but it hasn't reported any numbers. I'll check back in Virginia. We now have hit 1 million votes there, and Youngkin now holds a 8-point lead overall, but we still don't have much of the DC suburbs or any of Richmond yet. But more of Loudoun's coming in, and now it's about a 5-point difference. Okay, this is very interesting. So there's a county, Sussex County. Almost all the votes in, 98%, and McAuliffe wins it by about 1 point. In 2020, this county went to Biden by 12. So that's a 11-point shift to the right. We have another county in Brunswick, 5 points. Let's see. This one also shifted 12 points to the right as well. I haven't checked. There's also the House election in Virginia that's occurring too. If Republicans are going to be able to retake it. And currently it's showing it's going to be close. This is going to be closer than the probably governor race. Democrats are still slightly favored in the attorney general race. And the Republicans are being leaned in the lieutenant governor. About a third of the vote in. We have no updates yet.
Lexington City's looking pretty split down the middle so far, and they're almost halfway done.
Where's Lexington?
It's right in the middle of Rockbridge. It's really small. I noticed it because I zoomed in on Roanoke.
Roanoke. Wait, that's okay. So there's Roanoke, and then what's the other one? Where's it?
If you go north to that gray area, it's called Rockbridge County. And right in the middle there is Lexington City.
Lexington.
So...
Oh, here. I think I found it. Yeah. So Lexington City, 50.8% to McAuliffe. So it's very close. I'm going to check the 2020. Wait, hold on, let me check the location. I have it looked up. Okay,
it's such a small little area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rockbridge.
North. I think it's right under you.
Here it is, Rockingham.
No, not Rockingham.
Where I
Yeah, you
literally
were just
thought
on
I
it.
saw Charlotte's.
It's right next, up to your left. Up, left, down. There you go.
Rockbridge. There we go.
And then right in the middle. Should be Lexington. Yep.
Okay, that's a big swing.
Yeah. And we still have roughly another 60% count to go, but the fact that it's half and half so far is pretty
Yeah, that's a big surprise.
pretty big.
There. Nothing. When is New Jersey? I wonder when they're going to start coming out with results. Okay, so nothing. Wait, the Democrats are projected to win the Ohio 11th district, which is expected.
That's the Cleveland one.
Yeah.
And if you look at the Columbus one, it looks like Columbus is the only part that's going to go blue.
Yeah, probably. Everything else is going to go red.
Yeah.
Columbus is a big city.
I'm going to check the previous House margins there. So it's the 11th and 15th, is that right?
Yep.
Okay. So the 15th went by only. Wait, hold on. That's not right. Why is that? Oh, they're filling it in new on the map here.
Yeah.
Okay, so the 15th district previously went 63% to the Republicans to 36%, and the 11th district was 80 to 20. We haven't had any new vote drops really in Virginia. We really need to see what happens in Fairfax because that's going to really show where it's going.
You know, and I wonder if the Rittenhouse trial today had any effect on how the people are voting.
Could you give a little brief explanation to some of the viewers?
Yeah. So last year, there was a BLM riot in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and there was a few people. There's a little bit more backstory to it, but basically, a few people, including a man named Kyle Rittenhouse, went to go try and protect a local business, and they ended up getting attacked by the rioters, and Kyle shot and killed two men along with injuring another one's arm. And today was the trial for that, and this was August of 2020.
Today was the second day of the trial.
Today was the second day? Okay.
Yeah, trial started yesterday. And they today announced who the witnesses were to be coming up for each side. And basically, they started outlining the chain of events that led to Kyle getting the weapon that he used in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and how it was purchased legally, given to him, and he was allowed to take it over state lines. And then they started building a case that way. So it should be interesting to see how it unfolds over the next couple of weeks, especially with it being in Wisconsin and the county it's in. There's a lot of moving parts. And it's, one of those things because after George Floyd, it's on the top of everyone's mind.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah. But it's like when you watch the full video, you see how, I mean, it's a true riot in all sense of the word of a riot. Buildings are on fire, cars are on fire. There's a National Guard on the roads. People are just running in different directions. I mean, it's crazy thinking back on how wild that was.
Yeah, and if you look at the case, the judge said that you're not allowed to call the people victims. You have to call them, I believe it was rioters and looters.
Yes.
So there was just some interesting news that's coming out of Fairfax. I guess they're having tallying issues.
Look at Fairfax. That's always fun. Well, they're still pretty early in their counting, so hopefully
most
that'll get
Democratic
resolved.
county out of the state.
Yeah.
Previously, about 420,000 people voting for Biden out there compared to 168,000 for Trump. So about 70% to 28%. So that's a pretty big county that could swing things around here. We do have some more votes that just dropped in. A lot, about 200,000. So it looks like in some of these rural counties, they underestimated the turnout, so they are increasing the estimate percentage of vote remaining.
Well, I know Glenn over the past few weeks has pretty much been everywhere in the state. He's using a ton of his own money.
Yeah.
So there's been every form of social media and old school media like print and TV. He's had stuff on everything. And he's like literally him and his team have been going door to door to like rural counties in Virginia, telling people like, hey, if you didn't vote last time, that now you should, here's why. And like really pushing stuff throughout the state. So everything I'm hearing about him is so positive because, you know, he put his own money on the line.
Yeah.
Because he was a former executive at a private equity firm. And he was like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to bankroll everything myself. I actually want this job. You know, and like that goes a long way in Virginia because you have a lot of old school money in the state.
Yeah. And that's why it's a very, very moderate state. It could really swing a lot. And we have a huge news here. The state now has almost close to a 90% chance of him winning.
Yeah. I mean, I think within the next 15 minutes, we'll probably know if he's going to win or not. Because it
just really depends on Fairfax. That's the biggest thing. And then we also have Richmond. You could go.
Oh, no. I was just going to say something interesting that I'm looking at right now is the difference between you look at Fairfax versus Fairfax City. Obviously, Fairfax hasn't done counting, but it looks like Fairfax City's basically done. They're estimated over 99%.
Oh. What's the vote margin there?
There's about it's a 63% for
McAuliffe.
McAuliffe, and a 35% for Youngkin.
Okay,
but then you look at
that is
Fairfax.
What he had to do. So I have the results up from 2020. Biden won it by 68% to Trump 29%. So it shifted roughly 10 points. And then what were you going to say about Fairfax?
What I found interesting is you look at Fairfax City and then you look at Fairfax itself, and Fairfax County is down 10% compared to the city. For the Republican side, it's a 73 to 25 instead of a 63 to 35.
That's interesting because usually cities, so Virginia has a really weird setup with their counties. So that county is probably going to be probably 5 points, 6 points narrower than Fairfax City. So this is about to show a big change here. And we also have a little bit more vote coming finally out of Fairfax. but nothing out of Richmond City, which is a little. I wouldn't declare the state for Youngkin until we have any data out of there. Let's check Ohio, because I haven't looked there in a while either.
Yeah, I'm pulling up Twitter now to see if I can find anything interesting.
Okay. All I saw was there's tabulation errors and stuff going on, I guess, in Fairfax. We were finally getting a tiny bit out of New Jersey. We got 200 votes coming in.
Oh yeah, big 2.
Big 200.
Typical New Jersey fashion. It's 8:10 there, and we're just starting to get the first rolling votes to come in.
New Jersey, I wouldn't be surprised if the Republicans were to pull this one off. It hasn't been really focused on. Another thing is Democrats have not won a second election in the governorship there since 1970. Also, the Republican that's running there is considered more of a moderate too. And we've seen them be able to pull it off there, such as like Chris Christie at the time was able to win the state back in 2009. I'm gonna check. The odds are now 90% chance Youngkin too. And also it looks like the Republicans may pull the Virginia lieutenant governor as well as the attorney general position there. Oh, this is big news out of New Jersey. Okay. So there's a county, Gloucester County, which is historically a Democratic county that Trump was able to flip in 2016. He lost it in 2020, but now Jack Ciattarelli has a 90% chance of winning the county, and before he had only a 20% chance in New Jersey.
That's a big flip.
Yeah, so I wonder if some more. Nope, we have now 400 votes out of New Jersey. But I wonder what caused that major shift. If it was a major shift with Virginia or something, I'm not sure. Okay, we have all of Loudon in.
They finished Loudon?
So it looks like the ending ballots were all mail-ins as well, so it shifted it back, but it was still only 11-point difference, which is exactly on point with what I said in my prediction. So that's still very good. Nothing still out of Fairfax really new. Do we feel the Chappelle controversy is causing a shift? Oh, 100%. This is all Chappelle. All that Loudoun County shift, that whole 15 points is all because of Chappelle. New Jersey. Oh, here we go. A little bit more coming in. Finally in the thousands.
Sorry, I'm in the basement, and I had a lot of guys come down throwing out trash.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, New Jersey's at least going faster than Arizona in the 2020 election, so.
Where they just had the big giant dump and then you had to wait like 2 weeks for any answers.
Yeah. Yeah, where they're counting like 3 votes every 4 hours.
Yeah. Well, they just report like giant batches at once, which is really annoying, especially with like live streaming. Because I remember when it was election night, I would like wait and I'd be like, why is there no change in this overall percentage? And then like it would be like 10 or 15% giant jumps in like Arizona. And then they were like, we're not going to give any more like data until like tomorrow or a couple days down the line. 538 has fast results for New Jersey. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to pull that up.
Oh, I didn't realize that there's a Senate vote going for New Jersey as well.
Is there in New Jersey?
I just scrolled down from the governor and it says New Jersey State Senate won.
I didn't know. Oh, was it like state senate?
Yeah, it's just State Senate. It's
Okay,
not.
that's what I thought.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry if that was confusing.
Oh wait, here we go. Is this gonna pull up a map? Hopefully, okay. What is that? Oh wait, hold on. There's a video on 538 that pulled up here. Okay, there we go. We have some votes coming out of New Jersey now. Now I have 44%. Not 40, 44,000. We'll check back at Virginia. Still nothing really. I wonder when they're going to finally drop some Richmond vote. The odds saying still showing about a 90% chance Youngkin wins and over about a 50% chance he wins over 3 points. I'm going to be right back. You two good with taking over? I'll be gone for like 10, 15 minutes here.
Where you going?
Food.
You can go see his girlfriend.
Yeah, I'm going to go eat some food really quick here. You good with taking over, you two?
Yeah,
Of course.
I wonder if one of you could share their screen, or should I just leave up like?
Let Sean drive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if I could do that.
See if it'll even.
Do you have
let me do this.
What's it called? Like this page, the page open where it says share at the bottom.
Yeah,
middle.
I think I started the share.
Oh wait, here we go. There you go. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay.
There you go.
So one thing I was just looking at was because I didn't come in knowing too much about what was going on today, but I like looking at this map that I found on 538 of the Virginia governor percentages.
Yeah.
And I found it interesting how big of a gap there was between McAuliffe and Youngkin at the beginning, and now you see it's narrowing down. Youngkin's taken a slight lead, but now it's so much closer. Obviously, it's later, but
Yeah. Yeah, at the beginning, they didn't really know what to expect with Youngkin. Because it's like when you hear he's never been in politics before, he's coming from a private equity firm, you think like, okay, this might just be like a hobby for him. He might not take it seriously. And then as you progress through from August throughout the year, you get to see like if he's actually legitimate and for real about the whole situation. And he has been from the beginning, which is good. Because this encourages, when you have good turnout like this, it encourages more people who might not be, you know, part of the system to think like, okay, well, maybe I could win governor of Wisconsin or Illinois or something like that. And that's what this proves.
Yeah, you see a lot more people who haven't been in politics nowadays starting to try and run more because you have situations where California had Arnold Schwarzenegger presidency. We had Donald Trump. These were all people who'd never been in politics before, and they ended up winning. And there was for a decent amount of these candidates, we had a good run go through them.
Yep.
So you see a lot more, I guess, normal folk taking a leap of faith and seeing if they can make a difference.
Yep. So how do you and Nick know each other?
We used to go to school together.
Gotcha.
So.
Yeah. I know him through his brother, who's currently blowing up the YouTube chat.
Let's see.
Yeah, the weird thing about the Virginia races, I was just looking at MSNBC's results, and they still have Youngkin losing right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean that's to be expected, though. But when I'm looking on the Washington Post, they're showing me that Youngkin's in the lead in almost every county. So it's just funny how they calculate it differently over there.
I'm wondering if they're getting their information delayed or not, though.
That could happen.
Let's see. Let's see how Ohio's doing. Like how in the Cincinnati mayor, it says that, roughly 13,000 votes have been counted, and yet 0% of them are reporting.
Yep. That is not surprising going that Toledo mayor, nothing.
What's going on in Florida?
A bunch of mayoral workers. Huh.
Oh, Virginia map looks a lot more red now.
I was just about to pull that up.
And I'm looking at the some of the blue counties, and it's the McAuliffe is for most of them is only ahead by a few percent, like 2 or 3.
Yeah, right now the Washington Post is showing a pretty big gap in between, a 12-point gap in between Youngkin and Terry. Let's see. Estimated, and they're saying 48% of the votes have been counted as of right now. Okay. Interesting. WashingtonPost.com. Democracy dies in darkness.
Well, isn't that just what you love to hear?
Yeah. Oh. Okay, there is a shift. Interesting.
Looking at the Washington Post on their map, you know, it looks like a lot of the red states, not a lot of them, but the red counties at least have some basically mostly solidified counties,
Yep.
where it looks like none of the Democratic states have been solidified for McAuliffe yet.
Hey there, guys. Hey, this is a first-time caller, first-time listener. I just have a question for the team. Why does this matter today? As somebody who's just a standard, American out there, why does this matter? Why should we care whatsoever?
Calvin, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I can do that.
And please give details so we can understand better.
Well, first time caller. What happens in Virginia, since Virginia is a swing state, can affect the next presidential election. So all these counties that were leaning Biden in the last election that now are leaning right for the governor, it will show good trends time over time, like month over month, of how they're going to trend leading into the next presidential election. If someone like Youngcuff can come in Virginia and make waves as a first-time candidate coming from the private sector, that means in other swing states and smaller races that could affect other counties and districts also. And I just want to compliment you on your shirt, because obviously you're a true patriot, and you seem slightly better looking than the Nick person who was on the chat earlier. And
I appreciate that. This governor Youngcuff, or how do you say his name exactly?
Youngkin.
Youngkin. What nationality is that?
I'm not so sure.
I think it's of Dutch origin.
He's what?
I think he's of Dutch origin.
Dutch. Do we feel like the Dutch have the best intentions for the United States?
Well, I mean, that's his family name. First time caller. So
that's what?
It's his family name. So we don't know, he could be third generation, second generation. He's American, that's for sure.
Okay. I mean, what views, behind his Dutch values that we understand at this point based off his last name, why do we feel he's going to be a better option than the Democrats over there? Just because he's Republican, because he's red? Or what about him, this Youngcuff, is going to be great for the state of Virginia?
Let's see, I'm pulling his family history right now. So I'll give you
I don't care about his family history. I want to know why he's so great for the state of Virginia.
Well, he's homegrown and he's hardworking. Okay.
Okay.
You know, he believes in American businesses.
Okay. What kind of businesses, if you don't mind me asking?
Private equity firms, only the best businesses.
Okay.
Let's see. From his first job, he was washing dishes and frying eggs at a diner in Virginia Beach.
Do we believe that?
Yes,
Do we believe that?
we do. Glenn embraced hard
I
work
think a
and
part of me does
responsibility.
believe it. A Dutchman in the back of a
Listen,
place cleaning
He got
dishes. I
his
believe it.
MBA from Harvard Business School, so he's obviously smart. He didn't go there for undergrad, so that shows that, you know, he's smarter.
He got smarter over time. He probably had he had a slower start, and then he's like, I gotta wise up, and then he made it
Got
up.
married at 26. He's been married for 26 years.
Well,
He's a
solid.
family man.
I mean, we all know
dedicated
if you're not married at 26 or earlier, we can't trust you. Just, you know.
I said he was married for 26 years, not at the age of 26.
Well, that's a solid track record just in the marriage game because it's hard enough to make that work.
What's your experience with marriage, first-time caller?
I don't think we're here to talk about marriage. I think we're here to talk about why this is important for the United States as a whole. So Youngkoff is gonna win Virginia. Is that what you're predicting here? Is this what's gonna happen?
From what Nick was showing earlier, yeah, it looked like Youngkoff had about a 90% expectancy for winning.
Okay.
I don't have the same statistics he had, but from what he was showing earlier.
Yep. Looks like he could be of German descent.
I mean, it's an interesting last name. I think it'd be an interesting question. I'm surprised we have, this hasn't been dove in deep on before. Okay, so Virginia is big tonight. It seems like it's going to go red. What other ones are big? Is it just Virginia? Is that the only thing we care about?
No, I would say.
Again, I don't know anything about this. I'm just a patriotic American here sitting, watching this YouTube channel, curious on how it's going to affect my future children, my seed.
Of course. I mean, that's a big concern, I think, on all of our minds is, what do these elections have to do with the future generations that are going to happen? What impacts is going to cause on them?
Yeah, it's odd when you have some blue sprinkled in the red there, and it's just like a party we had the other day. You got a couple of the blues sprinkled in a sea of red, and it's always they sit at the table in the corner and they whine about things. I don't know. Okay, I don't want to step out of line here, but it's a true story.
What party was that?
We had a Halloween party.
What did you dress up as?
I personally was a mix between a Halloween party and my coming out party because I dressed as Derek Zoolander. If you'd like, I can post pictures in the chat. But yeah, I was Derek Zoolander. We had a couple leftists, but I don't want to derail the results here. However, I did have a funny conversation at the end of the night. I don't know if I could derail it for a minute here and see if anybody agrees or disagrees with me on this at all. There was a young woman who believed that there was still a large disparity in salaries and monies and benefits among men and women. And I just thought it was ludicrous that that's even a conversation anymore. Am I right to say so? First-time caller. Just a first-time listener, first-time caller, just asking a question, just getting your thoughts as we get the results.
Well, first-time caller, I don't know where you're from or what you do for a living, so maybe, if you give a little background, like what sort of company do you work for? Is there a bunch, is it like 50-50, male to female?
It does. What does it matter? The person's argument was just that women are constantly underpaid compared to men. And I said, that sounds like a 1980s argument. She then later puked that night, but we argued for probably a rigorous 30 minutes about this. I'm just curious if I'm right or wrong by saying this is not a problem within the United States. First time caller, first time listener.
Well, wage gap does exist.
Okay.
It exists in different companies than different like markets and companies. With like software sales and companies that may have been started within the last 10 to 15 years, the wage gap doesn't really exist. The gap exists, and when it comes to like the C-suite, like CEOs and all that. But when you come to more old school companies, like your Fords, your GMs, companies that have been around for 80 years, 50 years, 60 years, that's where you do see a wage gap that still exists. It's not nearly as big as it used to be in the United States. It's actually got a lot shorter because of a lot of legal action people have taken, but it still sort of does exist. But if her argument was it's always going to exist, that's not right, because I would say within the next 10 years, it won't exist, or it'll be a non-starter.
Well, I told her at this point, I'm sure enough women have sued and been worked up enough at this point to not be an issue. And she then proceeded to just talk about paternity leave, which, I understand that's a thing. I can't bear children yet. It's only 2021. But, that was just something to go about. But seeing New Jersey here, I mean, I'm sure Jersey's gone. Is this really even a debate if that's going to go blue or red?
I personally think that it's definitely going to go blue.
Yeah, it's Jersey.
Yeah.
It's the Jersey boys.
But I mean, they're only 7% in, so really I can't tell you what's going to happen. But my prediction is probably Philip Murphy's going to win Jersey.
He sounds like a Jersey governor. His last name's Murphy. I typically go with my picks based off just the name themselves, so I would go with a Murphy here.
You wouldn't go with a nice Italian last name?
I mean, I feel like Jersey's kind of that mix of like dirty Italians and dirty Irish people.
Hey, family show.
So, I feel like you could go either way. You could get like I'm Italian myself, so I don't really care. I'm just talking, there could be clean or dirty of either last name that would fit the bill for New Jersey governor.
Mm-hmm.
But Murphy is like definitely right up there at the top.
All right, I'm back.
Dirty Irish.
What did I miss?
So you can go with that one.
Nick, we have a first-time caller.
Nice.
First-time listener.
All right. I'm going to take the screen.
Okay.
What have I missed?
I thought the first thing he was going to say is like, let's get this guy out of here.
That's a nice little poster you have behind you. Is that a Clint Eastwood?
Yeah, I believe in Clint Eastwood and what he represents for this country.
Did you guys cover the comment?
Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't believe in it enough to put a frame around that poster?
This is a custom poster board. I'm not going to go deep into that. But what it stands for is more than what a frame could provide. If you'd like to argue that, I would be happy to debate frames and not frames. If you want to think about that there for a second.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay.
By the way, again, Nick and Sean, and if at any point I derail this too much, you're free to kick me out. Do as you will. I just figured I would jump in.
Yeah.
Well, this is all Nick and Calvin's rodeo.
So, Nick and Calvin, Calvin, I don't care what you think, but Nick, if you at any point want to kick me out, feel free.
All right. So back looking at Virginia, we now have 60% of the vote in. Fairfax is half in and is narrowed down. Prince William is also almost halfway in.
Prince William.
Only a 6-point difference, and then about the same margins, same percent in the suburban areas. Oh, wait, this is interesting. Okay. Stafford County. This is one of the most important counties in the race here. Suburban to more northern Virginia, but it's a little bit outside of the DC area. It went to Biden, I believe. Yeah,
Look at that
by about
fucking
3.
face. Jesus.
Could you language, please?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
So
I didn't know I
Biden,
can say that.
Biden won by 3, and Glenn Youngkin currently leads by over 20 points. So that's a 23-point swing there, which is quite massive. And this county's been shifting further and further Democrat over the years.
Why do you think that is, Nick?
Well, I think it's the type of Republicans running. Virginia's a very moderate state. It's more aligned with more Bush Republicanism versus Trump Republicanism, which is more populist, anti-establishment kind of messaging, versus like the Bush more kind of like country club Republicans, I would describe them as. That's kind of like
nice.
That's how I would kind of describe type of Republicans in Virginia, is very much country club like voters. Education is one of the most important things up there, and Glenn Youngkin's biggest message in this campaign has been education, because of McAuliffe messing up and saying that parents shouldn't have any say in their child's education.
Yeah, which is just fucking bonkers. Oh, excuse me.
Hey.
That's bonkers.
Hey, that's strike one. That's strike one.
Okay. That's actually strike 2. But no, that's bonkers to me, because obviously parents should have a part of at that point, if like basically, at least the arguments I've heard with some of these people who believe that the government should just control all the public school education is like, well, if you don't like it, then you can send them to private schools. Or the other argument is there shouldn't even be private schools and everybody should learn the same thing and keep them under the same rubric, which is just, again, mind-blowing to me. And some of these ideas that they want to teach elementary school kids that they can't even, they don't even know how to, poop or pee properly without pulling up their pants. And we're going to teach them about some crazy ideals at young ages. So I agree with that. Country clubs and education.
So moving off of that kind of topic, so all the vote coming out of New Jersey is all mail-in. So it's heavily favoring Murphy currently, especially you could see even in Republican counties are favoring Murphy. So this race is going to definitely tighten up very soon, because all the vote currently in is all mail-in. Not too bad for Citarelli currently.
They don't have electronic systems out there. They just use the mail-ins because they want to stick to the natural way of things.
So they have mail-ins, they have early vote, and they have election day vote. Kind of just like 2020, but New Jersey is counting all the mail-ins first, because I think they're already all counted. Some of the counties haven't reported any results yet, but the ones that have is all mail-in.
Interesting.
Now out of Virginia, Youngkin has a 95% chance of victory and a 70% chance it's over 3 points.
Awesome.
In New Jersey, in the prediction there, there's a 50% chance it's going to be lower than a 4-point margin.
Is there anywhere real quick that you can bet like money lines or anything?
Yes, that's what this is.
Okay.
Predicted.
Okay.
Yeah, predict it.
So is anybody Calvin, did you put any money on these? Sean or Nick? Is there any money on the line here?
I did not. I'm not much of a gambler.
Okay.
I usually use it for just data, because they're quite correct on what they do. Especially during like 2016 and 2020, they were fairly accurate, because a lot of these people that bet money on here are usually pretty good with their analysis, because they're throwing their money at elections, which is a little bit different than like sports or whatnot.
Sure, but you can put money on this.
Yes.
Put money on this. Okay.
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Calvin, you didn't answer the question. You did not put money on any of these.
I did not know.
Okay, so you're scared. All right. Just wanted to clarify.
Yep.
Okay.
One thing interesting, Nick, is I know you talked about looking at Richmond City earlier, and it looks like they're the only place that hasn't brought in any votes yet.
So yeah, that's the most populous area that hasn't had any votes in. And this area previously in 2020 voted 82% to Biden and 15% to Trump with 100,000 votes. So with the current margin is about 200,000. If that were to come in, it could narrow it by half the gap currently, and Fairfax is half in, which is the other large county out here for the Democrats. But I do believe Glenn Youngkin has won. Yeah, he's been declared the winner. It's been declared by decision desk. There's still the lieutenant governor and attorney general races, which are oh wait, they just called the lieutenant governor to the Republicans as well.
There you go. Get that LT in there.
And and the attorney general race, it's still close.
So by having all these other seats with the Republicans, and then you said what's the last one there? The attorney general. If we lose the attorney general seat, is that gonna affect things pretty bad?
I mean, we weren't even expected to win the lieutenant governor position. Not even the attorney general seat. It only showed us with like a 30% chance in the odds. But winning the lieutenant governor's seat is likely to win the attorney general because they're almost the same margin, unless Fairfax and like Richmond come in really far to the left for the Democrats. But that's just another sign that Republicans are exceeding what is expected.
Typically what happens.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty true. Usually when polls come out, the Democrats' polling number is already capped at where it's at. If you looked in like, I believe in Wisconsin in 2020, they predicted like 49% of the vote's going to go to Biden, and it was like 42% to Trump. Well, almost all the remaining vote went to Trump that wasn't polled.
Well, yeah, that's because most of the polls they take are with a bunch of losers.
Well,
no, I almost feel like most of the time
polling firms are
people. How do they do it exactly? Because to me, it seems like a bunch of people have too much time on their hands.
Usually,
like, I'm going to put in this
pretty
vote.
Good with it. But the thing that they're not good at is the undecideds. A lot of the undecideds are people that know who they're voting for, and they just don't want to tell anyone, not even the polling firms, because they're afraid of telling who they're voting for.
Yeah, but where do they get the data? Are these just like online survey? Like, again, I don't know
it depends. Some of them are based off calling, some are online, some are door to door. So there's many different types. There's some more accurate than others. For instance, there's an Emerson poll, which is one of my favorites out of Virginia. It showed Youngkin winning narrowly, but there was like a Fox News poll, which was really interesting because Fox News is typically seen as more of a right-wing media, but their poll is more left-wing, their polling data.
Well, they might do that as an angle. They might do it as an angle as well, too, just to get people, I feel like with the news, there's always, even if they show the polls a little bit lower, it's going to keep people coming back to look to see if we do pull it off or the underdogs actually make it. It's like watching a football game where they say the Bears are going to lose, but they got some secret weapon that they're still going to come back and win. Like, you're going to watch that. Like, you're curious.
Well, the Bears are going to lose either way.
The Bears suck. Let's be real. The Bears suck. So yeah, that's a terrible analogy if they always lose.
So
we'll call the Republicans just because I like Tom Brady, the Buccaneers. But go ahead, Nick.
So finishing off with the Fox News data. So I'm going to pull up RCP polls, which takes the average of all polling by major firms. Fox News' final poll in Virginia showed Youngkin winning by 8 points. The previous poll to that showed McAuliffe with a 5-point lead. It swung 13 points in the final week of the race.
Yeah, so it's a hook, line, and sinker by Fox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ohio still not coming out with much as well. There's nothing coming out there. There's only like 11% and 2% being currently counted. But almost all the Democratic and Republican primary vote out of Florida is done.
So what's the biggest thing tonight that you're looking at? Or is it just these governor seats?
So the number one is Virginia because it has gone Republican in the past, but it hasn't gone Republican in 12 years.
Oh, wow. Okay.
At a statewide level. And especially with Virginia going further and further Democrat in the last 10 years and being close in the final polling, it was going to be the biggest race, definitely. Followed by, I'd say, New Jersey, because it's another statewide race that in the final days it got a little closer in the polling. That one I believe the Democrats are going to win, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Republicans pull it off because
why? Because I feel like New Jersey is primarily a Democratic state.
So there's been Republicans that have won statewide, such as Chris Christie in 2009 and 2013. And it was just as Democrat the state was then than it is now. The Northeast has this tendency to like elect these more moderate or slightly liberal Republicans, more like socially liberal and fiscally conservative. New Jersey also hasn't reelected a Democratic governor 2 times in a row since 1970. So if Murphy wins re-election, he'd be the first to do it in 50 years or 40 years.
Me and Sean already talked about this. His last name is Murphy, Nicholas.
Yes.
And either a dirty Italian or a dirty Irishman is going to win that state. So I think Murphy is in a good spot there just based off names for me.
I think Citarelli has actually run not a bad campaign because the campaign in New Jersey has really been out of the light fully, and the Republican candidate, Citarelli, was able to raise even money to Murphy.
So Citarelli, what is he? What's his nationality? Is that Italian?
He's Italian, yes.
Italian.
He is Italian, yes.
No, I can't believe I actually, okay. So it's just, is it going to be the Irishmen or the Italians that win that state is really what it's going to come down to?
I mean, kind of, I guess, but it's going to be an interesting race because there hasn't been any focus on it. And we'll just see basically what people will come out in a race that hasn't been focused on. It's now narrowing up. Citarelli has now hit 40% with 35% of the vote in. Like I said, it was all mail-ins, which was the early vote.
So are you saying old people?
Yes. This basically because younger people don't come out on these odd year elections.
I just don't imagine young people even knowing where they can send their mail for something. So that's including myself. That's just me. That'd be like, yeah, I just physically go in. But
so we have another interesting information for the Attorney General race. It shows 98% chance the Republicans are able to pick that up in Virginia.
Seems like a big jump from what they were saying before.
Yeah, it was, let's see. It was around 30% chance prior for Republicans to win that.
You know, I feel like Richmond's just kind of sleeping right now.
Yeah, that's
everyone there is just sleeping.
I mean, Decision Desk did call the race, so I wouldn't expect
it to make a difference.
Make a big enough difference there. Yeah.
I just find it odd that such a big area hasn't had any percent counted yet.
I really wonder what the Democrats are thinking here after losing the state of Virginia, after retaining its governorship since 2013, and Biden winning it by 10 points.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the 2020 election, the presidential election, Virginia, if I remember right, was one of those swing states that people weren't sure where they were going to go, and they ended up going blue.
I mean, it was a lot of the voters are very moderate, but they go near more established candidates. That's why in like 2012 it was a closer race than it was in 2016 or 2020. Trump's more of an outsider and a little bit more outside the more political correctness of like a Mitt Romney or George W. Bush, which has been attracted in the state of Virginia. And they also have their House election up, which they lost their majority, I believe, in 2017. It currently shows that the Republicans will be picking that up and have a big majority, at least a 55 seat to 45 seat majority there. It also shows Virginia now over a 70% chance of being a victory of 3 points or more for Youngkin. I predicted him winning by 2 points. I wonder if any of New York City is coming because they're having there's a the mayoral election out there. Pittsburgh is starting to come in though. Anything out of Ohio? Starting to tick up a little bit in the count. Morgan County, 75 to 25. Well, the current House race, Morgan County, which has been a shifting area in Ohio, it's part of that kind of Rust Belt like voter base, very blue collar and industrial job kind of area. The area was, let's see, in 2012, it was only a 6-point margin between Mitt Romney and Obama. In 2020, Trump won it by 73%. And currently in the race there, it shows the Republican having over 75% of the vote with all the votes in there. So it shifted further another 4 points.
It's funny. I'm reading an article right now
Oh,
CNN where it's saying
Yeah.
that it's too early to call the winner for Virginia's governor
really?
because they're saying where is it, blah blah blah, percentage. So as the votes in the Virginia governor's race come in, David Shallon of CNN is saying that a percentage of early and absentee votes will grow before the end of election night and may favor the Democratic candidate. It's still too early to call a winner.
I
So
don't know how they could
Pretty
do
goofy
that.
guy here, but yeah, that was about 5 minutes ago. He said that.
Well, on the odds, it shows about like $5 million is in the Republican side versus like $500,000 betting on the Democratic side at this point.
Also, I'll send you the picture that they're using to describe his feeling about this. If you want to show that on screen, because
Yeah.
to me it's pretty funny looking.
Send it to me on
It's
Discord.
just the clip of his live predictions right now, and it's just him looking like he wants to crack something in half because he's completely wrong.
Oh, this is just an image you sent me.
Yeah, open it. Open it up and put it on the screen for people to see. That's how he feels right now. Boom. He is upset. He's still saying it's not over, but that's the image they have for his stream right now, and that would tell me that he's pretty upset because he's wrong. But
yeah, unless
what
like
they
the
had there was
Democrats.
definitely different than the map on Decision Desk.
So we have some new information finally out of Richmond City. They're 3% in.
Oh yay, 3%.
3%.
3%. Let's go.
So nothing
got a
really
single
new.
person just sitting at a desk counting it.
Yeah.
Give me the next one. Give me the next. Wait, I gotta take it. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back. It's like 2 hours later, and they're like, "All right, let's get to the next vote."
Isn't that how Arizona did it?
So
it's basically the same way.
So in
Fat guy.
New Jersey, we have some new news. Ocean County, 62% is coming in for Citarelli, and we had another vote.
The Italians took it.
Monmouth.
The Italians are taking that
by 62% to 38%. The margin in 2020 was roughly the same, but this is with still all the remaining votes being election day. All the mail-ins have already been counted, so it's only going to go further right wing. So it's only currently a 15-point lead for Murphy.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. Murph dog. Who's talking up there? What's this video that's about that? Who's that showing?
That's the Democratic candidate of Virginia, and that's the Republican Youngkin.
Okay. It's throwing out like cannolis and stuff like that to the crowd and getting wild. The other guys just got bottles of malt liquor. It's like Mickey's. He's having a fun time. They're playing with the bottle caps. Little mysteries on.
All right, Nick. Well, I've got to get going, but thanks for inviting me to join you.
Coming on. I hope you come on another time soon.
I'd love to. All right. I will see you guys later.
See you later.
Thank you.
I just got a text from Calvin.
He's probably taking a poop.
He said, breaking news, Glenn Youngkin wins the governor race. According to the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro.
Well, of course, Ben Shapiro. Of course. Let's get Ben on here. Jesus.
Yeah, I know. Where's he at?
He's probably doing his own live stream right now.
He's probably celebrating right now.
Ben Shapiro's tweet. Is this really his tweet from 12 hours ago? Let me see this. I don't even look at Twitter. I don't have a Twitter. I just hear of all these controversies on Twitter.
Yeah.
Second image he does have that he retweeted is a guy smoking a cigarette. So I think I'm almost Twitter flipped now, and I might have to follow him.
See what he's saying because I can check here. Pinned, facts don't care about your feelings.
It's the second part where he retweeted Super 70 Sports. I'm not being defensive. You're the one who's always being defensive. Why is it the other person who's being defensive? Have you ever asked yourself that? Why don't you ask yourself that? And that image, you should show that image if you have it.
Is it, which one is it?
It's all the way, you're right.
Oh, yeah, here it is.
Right there.
Super 70 Sports.
Yes. Yes.
Let's see, Political Polls has also called it for Youngkin. I don't know what CNN's doing here.
Well, CNN is doing their own thing per usual, so they're just off on their own rails, saying that there's some kind of, middle ground news medium that is complete. Should I say malarkey? As I cannot swear on this, I will use other words. Baloney, malarkey.
We don't want to get shadow banned a bit because they do
malarkey.
That.
Bunch of malarkey on that CNN. So really, is Jersey's just the other big one that's left? Like, is there any other big ones out there that really we should care about?
So New Jersey is pretty big. We also have 2 races in Ohio, and we're going to see if the Republicans could outperform their 2020 margins. And then we have also the House election in Virginia. We have a Pennsylvania Supreme Court election that hasn't had any results yet, though.
Okay. There's a couple things out there, but I think it just seems like everybody's really looking at Virginia, and it looks like Virginia is red.
Yeah.
And people are just going to have to accept that and understand how important that's going to be in the next election.
I want to see, so Predicted has already like future elections that are going to come, like in Congress and whatnot. So the shifts tonight have moved the House likely going to the Republicans by 7%. The Republicans winning the House and Senate in the midterms is now 67% and a 68% chance that they win the Senate, which is massive because that shifted 14 points. The Republicans are now tied in Pennsylvania before the Democrats have held a lead all the way since the 2020 election there in the odds. The Republicans have taken their largest lead in Georgia now. They have now tied in Arizona. Wisconsin, they have their largest lead now. We've also now tied in Nevada. Now a huge margin in North Carolina. New Hampshire is now favored for the Republicans also.
So when it's showing these images next to them, does that mean they're red states, or is that just their
no. So you want to look on the side here.
Okay, I see.
So like some of these are like primaries and other things, but like we have ones like let me see if I can find one again.
Who's the crazy? Wait. Did we just see her? Who's the crazy younger lady who Ben Shapiro wants to debate, and then she like totally
AOC, Alexandria Ocasio.
We just get her out of wherever she's at because she obviously has to use some crazy tactics because Ben Shapiro called her out. What state is she out of?
She's New York.
Oh, well, God, she'll be there forever. Whatever. You could keep her in New York.
So probably it looks like the biggest shift that's showing up is, where is it? One of the most important ones is Pennsylvania. So like you see this 51 Democrat, 50 Republican.
Yeah.
Before it was around the low 40s and high 50s, and now it's tied after tonight.
Good, right? Good, I think.
That's very good for the Republicans come the midterms. We also have, where is it? Good for the Republicans come the midterm. Does someone have their phone?
What's up?
I heard a playback of sound. And then this one's probably the most telling of all. Republicans have a 68% chance of winning the Senate in 2022. If I look at the last 90 days on this, it was tied at a point.
So what do you believe? Because what's going on right now, this is that's the spike. Okay.
It's basically showing this is a test to see where their midterms are currently at, and it shows the Republicans are going to blow the Democrats currently away. There's a lot of data that's not looking good for the Democrats right now that is coming out. Let's check the states, like governorships. Wisconsin is now likely Republican. Same with Arizona. Michigan is about the same, about a tie. A little closer in Pennsylvania. About the same everywhere else. %70 of the vote in Virginia now. 71% out of Fairfax. 10% out of Richmond. No call yet in the Attorney General race, but it's almost certainly going to the Republicans.
Sorry about that. That was the wife calling, and obviously that if the wife calls, everything stops.
So we also have information in other states like governorships. Wisconsin is now likely for the Republicans. Same with Georgia and Arizona.
What? It was all the states that we thought originally. Right?
Yeah, but they've just moved further out of the possibility the Democrats win. And Nevada is now almost like narrow.
And what's the history on those states? Aren't they historically Republican anyway?
Well, states like Wisconsin, Trump was the first Republican to win that since George H.W. Bush in 1988. Georgia is a historic Republican state, but has been moving more Democrat. Same with Arizona. Nevada has been a lean Democratic state, but has become a little bit closer as of recent.
Okay.
So I'm going to pull up the governor map because now it has changed because the Republicans have now picked up another seat, which is quite important for future changes in the race. So I'm going to fill in the safe Republican seats here. All the likelies as well.
Alaska.
Also, Virginia being called.
What's going on in Hawaii? Is that Democratic or they?
Yeah, but it's been shifting more Republican, but it's still pretty solidly Democrat.
Okay, we'll hit that with the blue.
New Mexico, very interesting race. Historically a Democratic state, but a really strong Republican is running. He ran in 2020. The state was only a 5-point margin. Biden won it by about 11. And with the energy currently, he could possibly even flip the state.
Oh, wow.
So we're probably going to look at a midterm governorship that looks somewhat like this. And depending upon where New Jersey goes. Currently, Republicans hold 27 governorships, now 28 with Virginia. So they'll be flipping Nevada, Arizona, Kansas. Very interesting situation that happened with that. Wisconsin.
Wait, go back. You can't do that and then just not.
Yeah, so Kansas, there was the midterms where there was a candidate, Kobach, which is a very unpopular Republican, versus a Democrat that was more in the middle, Barbara Boiler, and she was able to narrowly take the state by a few points, but it was in a Democratic wave year, and we're going to easily, the Republicans are going to easily flip it back.
Is her real legal name Boiler?
Yes. Barbara Boiler.
I don't believe that for a second. That's why they're getting rid of her. That's why they're taking her out of that seat. That can't even be a legal name. I don't believe that for a second.
So
Show me the birth certificate. Show we did it. We did it before. Let's see the birth certificate. If not, let's get her out of there.
So we're flipping Nevada, Arizona, Kansas, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia now. The Democrats do pick up Maryland, though.
They can have it. Who wants Maryland anyway? Take it.
And then New Jersey, I'm expecting the Democrats to win, but the Republicans, I wouldn't say they have no shot there right now. Actually, let's see how they're. Okay. New Jersey, there's some new data as well. A 13-point lead now for Murphy. It's gotten 6 points closer. Yeah, I don't know how to call this race yet, but I think the Democrats will win. But it depends upon how much, because Biden won the state by 17 points.
Was the Italian ahead initially, or was the Irishman?
So in the polling, it showed a 7.8-point lead for Murphy. There was a final poll from Trafalgar, which has been historically pretty accurate in the Northeast and Midwest. A lot of people like to call it out because usually in the South, it's not as accurate with its polling, but it was dead on with Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, which no one expected to go to Trump in 2016 and be close in 2020. Trafalgar saying Murphy with a 4-point lead. That's pretty close. Now, early on, it showed he had a 26-point lead, 15, 16, and narrowed down to 8, 9, and 4 in the final weeks.
Okay. It's still would that be an ethnic race in that state? It's just between the Italians and the Irish. Is that we still established?
I mean, it'd be more interesting if it were.
I think
like
that's
that,
really what's going on when we watch this. But we'll just have to see.
Yeah, it's just all early mail-in votes currently, and a few early votes.
When they talk about all these more strict regulations around the voting and everything, is that already taken place, or are these things in the coming years? When they talk about a proof of identification and actual validation of these votes, like, is that a thing now, or is that something that's coming?
So it's happened in some states and it hasn't happened in others. So certain states like Georgia and Texas have already had their laws implemented. So now new voting is going to be along those laws. And some states have been working towards making voting easier. Also,
so when we talk about New Jersey or Virginia, do they have those things in place or no?
I believe Virginia does have ID laws. But it's not very strict where you have to have a signature.
Oh.
We do have a call, though, in Virginia. The attorney general seat is going to be won by the Republican, Jason Miraz.
Miraz, let's go. Woo!
I forgot to check this. There's exit polls which show what kind of groups voted for the candidate. So I'm going to check Virginia's. Okay, so, this is interesting. So, voters between 18 and 29 was only a 7-point difference, and then Youngkin won every other age group from that.
I mean, that makes sense, right? I mean, I guess the gap in the younger people is because a little bit small, or is smaller than you would think it would be.
Because usually that's around like 20 points. 30 to 44 is usually lean Democrat. They usually win it by around 5-6, and Youngkin was able to win that. And then looking at party ID, Youngkin won this race off of independence, which makes sense. He got 40% of the moderate vote, though. He won overwhelmingly among white voters, which a lot of the white voters in Virginia have turned against Republicans.
So he took back the whites. So let's see.
He was able to win 88% of evangelical Christians. That's higher than Trump's margin.
Is he religious?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Like hardcore religion, or just like...
No. He's religious, but I don't believe he's like very religious.
Okay.
Okay, white voters with a college degree was a lot closer here too. The Democrats had a much larger margin previously, and Youngkin being able to retain the Trump margin in non-college graduates. Oh, this is this is interesting. 70% of gun owners voted for Youngkin, and 70% that don't own guns voted for McAuliffe.
What a surprise.
I know.
They surprised. Some of these are funny. I didn't even know they could pull things like this.
Yeah.
Even especially the one where it's like, you're white and you went to college, and you're white and you didn't go to college, or you're black and you went to college, or you're black and you didn't go. Like, that's so weird to me. Do you think some of these things are even like necessary? Like, are they not? I get it, they're necessary to understand for like the candidates, but like for
I mean, it's actually very important because there's a huge divide between graduates and non-graduates.
So what, are they just trying to say one are dumb and one aren't? Or are they just trying to say like one makes money and the other one doesn't? I mean, like, why?
Well, there's the income also on here too, but...
Well, sure, but doesn't that go hand in hand with some of these things?
Not completely, because there's certain people that are uneducated that have made a ton of money, and some educated that make average money. But it's showing like probably the effects of schools on the voters.
Sure.
And more white collar jobs versus blue collar jobs.
Okay. Presidential, yeah.
Biden, 45% approval, 54% disapproval. 28% of the voters came out and said they opposed Biden. Just for the vote, 28%. That's not bad for the Republicans, and 20% to support.
So 27% of these people specifically came out just to go against Biden, while the other
28%, yes.
Yeah. 28 or 20% came out to support him.
20% came out to support him. 28% came out to oppose him.
Okay.
Youngkin won every important issue except COVID. He won taxes, economy, education, and abortion, but McAuliffe won the coronavirus vote.
He's a Republican, right? I mean, we don't care about coronavirus.
This is the most important issue in the whole election here, the education. The parents saying what schools should teach, if parents should be involved. A lot, 51% say that, and 76% went with Youngkin.
Yeah. Well, I think that's like I don't know if it was you or Sean who said it before, but that's like the biggest issue right now, because it is very important. And if they make a lot of these changes, it's going to affect your kids and their kids and everything.
Yeah. So
generations to come. The impact on education is the biggest thing.
So Virginia is known for its very good schooling out there, especially like its junior high and high school and like even young K through 12 and all that. Their colleges are very good too out there, especially in the northern Virginia area, which shifted heavily to the Republicans. Trust on handling crime, which is another big issue here. There's a 6-point gap between the two. Youngkin won.
So they believed he would, lay the law down?
Yeah, he'd handle crime basically better than McAuliffe.
Okay.
The Democratic Party, this is very important here because this is kind of judging Biden here. 52% say it's too liberal, 13% say it's not liberal enough, and 31% think it's right.
So they know it's too liberal, right?
They kind of, yes. So it's kind of the same thing with the Republicans, but lesser because it's 45% versus 52%. That's a 7-point margin in a Democratic state. Coronavirus and crime. I guess that's all they have for now, but they have other areas too, like New Jersey. I think they have some exit polls.
I'll be right back, by the way.
Oh, New Jersey has gotten a lot closer. There's only a 6-point margin. I predicted it would be an 8-point margin at the end, but it's narrowing down. I want to see where it's saying the current prediction out there. Here we go. Yeah, it's going to probably be under, it's going to be under like 8 points, which is about what I predicted. But if it's under 7.8, then the Republicans have basically outperformed what I predicted. I'm going to see if it still has the election out there. Who's going to win? Probably still says that Murphy's going to win, which is probably what's going to happen.
How much of the percentage of the votes are in though for the Irishman?
I'm not 52% is for him, 48% for Citarelli. So it's got,
yeah, but I mean, how much of the vote is actually in for the state?
Oh, in the state, 35%.
Okay, so it ain't over yet.
But it's a 4-point margin, which is very close, and probably the most important county is already now being led by Citarelli.
Okay.
He's also now outperforming in Ocean County as well as Monmouth to Trump's numbers.
Did you say he's doing better?
Yes, than Trump.
Of course he is.
Wow.
Ohio, oh my God, it's counting so slow. It's only 38% in. It's been up since we started the stream.
Well, I just don't understand what takes these people so long to count these votes.
I know.
I don't understand. They are doing some system from like 1935.
Athens County is all in. This county, I believe, is shifted to the Democrats. It's a college town.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. And I guess that's my line of the night. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, no, I mean, if it's a college town.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ben Shapiro's probably been kicked off that campus before. We could just assume.
Okay, so it's not the full county. There's part of it that's cut off, but what's here is a big increase for Democrats. But the Republicans candidate has outperformed in Morgan County, which is a very blue collar area.
So CNN is still
They have
saying
not announced it.
they have not announced it. They posted 2 minutes ago as Terry how do you say his name? McAuliffe's campaign headquarters at the Hilton Hotel in McLean is filling with supporters tonight with a line to the cash bar and music playing on the speakers. A grim reality is setting in among top supporters who believe Glenn Youngkin's strength will be too much to overcome. Then there's like a quote here. This isn't going Terry's way. One longtime donor and supporter said diplomatically, that's clear tonight.
So
I wonder if somebody was just sitting there and that guy, like, they're at this party, or whatever, getting hyped about this. And some guy's just like, he's sipping his drink. He's like, this, it's not going his way tonight.
Yeah.
And they're like, quote that, get it to CNN right now.
So there's a new mayor of New York.
Yeah, they did post that.
Eric Adams. He beat Curtis Sliwa. Now, I wonder if Curtis Sliwa is still wearing his hat. Have you seen his hat?
Curtis Sliwa? No, can you pull it up so I can see it?
Yeah. This is Curtis.
This guy, and this is the guy who lost, and you wonder why he lost. As somebody who believes in a majority of votes are just based on purely how like people view somebody.
He wore it to the debate stage.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's like an attempt at a Trump tactic, but like if a clown tried to do it, like Trump has his red hat and says "Make America Great Again," and this guy just looks like some crazy, I don't know, Eastern European dictator at some point.
Now, if he was selling these hats, maybe he'd win.
I don't think so, because nobody wants to buy that damn hat. That just looks, that is too bonkers for me.
He did receive 21% of the New York vote, though. So
I'll be curious to see what Eric Adams does, though. A retired NYPD captain.
Yeah.
He's the second black mayor in New York's history, so I'd be curious to see what he does.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be interesting to see what he does with law enforcement and everything out there, because obviously that is an issue.
Big issue, yeah.
Huge issue. So it makes sense. Hire a guy who is a cop. Now let's hope that he actually does things properly with the police and the entire correction system over there. I mean, bring law and order if you were from Law and Order. Back your boys.
Now, what was I going to say here? Oh, wait, hold on. I was going to say this. So, there's also an election in Minneapolis where the George Floyd killing occurred. And there's a question about policing, if they should defund the police station. Currently, 70% of the vote is in, and 42% have said to defund, and 58% said no.
So wait, 42% said yes, and 58% said no.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably just based off the fact all that stuff going down, and then the police not being able to do anything because they're too scared to do anything. And then they have, 2 years of that stuff going on. Now they're like, yeah, we need police officers. We need people to actually do something.
So this is also a map here I pulled up. This is the New York mayor map. And Curtis Sliwa was actually able to win one county.
Curtis, this was the hat guy.
Yes.
I'd like to see who lives in that county.
It's
Maybe
actually that's
it's one county filled with everybody with those red hats. And they're
so
like, he's gonna
you're
do it.
so you're talking about like Italians and stuff, and that's actually the most Italian county out of New York City.
So maybe they like the hats.
Maybe they like the hats. Maybe there'll be a compromise. Eric Adams will wear the hat.
I don't know if Eric Adams is ever going to wear that hat, nor most people. But that county is definitely there's a couple people wearing the hat in that county right now. They'll keep it. Will not be forgotten for that man.
I'm surprised CNN hasn't called it yet. 77% in now out of Virginia.
I mean, they're just, I don't know why. We can do it.
Oh, 3 points between Murphy and Citarelli now.
Okay. Again,
Yeah.
how much of this state is in so far though? They're like what, 30-something%?
So they said 30. So I didn't even notice this. It's two different counting. They're counting it in two different ways. 35% of mail-ins and 26% of election day votes have been counted.
Okay. So they still have a big chunk.
Yeah.
They still have a lot of shit to do over there, excuse me.
That
single guy counting those ballots, he's got a long night ahead of him sitting at the desk.
So then there's also what happened here? Okay, there it goes. The predicted margin. So it's now likelier to be under 6 points than over 6 points, which is better than expected.
Good, right? Good.
For the Republican Party, yes.
Yeah.
I wonder what they're saying on Twitter right now. Let's check.
What does Twitter say?
It's gonna go #election day, and it's got the guy, the CNN guy.
There you go. There he is. I told you that was. You know what? We had that funny picture before they had it. So.
Yeah, this is just one of go vote.
Okay. It's a little bit sexist to me.
Oh, we got the hat guy.
Yeah.
Got the hat guy.
Yeah. He's definitely a character.
Oh my God, his squad too.
Don't tell me they all wear it. See, dude, that's just, I think he shot himself in the foot if he's walking around with a squad full of those hats. That's just unnecessary.
I mean, that's pretty intimidating, though.
It's intimidating, but it's like you've got a bunch of soft people in the States. You're not going to walk up to them and be like, hey, we're going to get your vote. And they'll say yes because of the hat, but then they're going to walk away and be like, that guy's crazy.
Crazy, yeah.
He's got a group of guys with red hats. No.
I'm gonna check Youngkin.
Youngkin's probably partying right now.
Oh yeah.
He's like this
McAuliffe crowd on the left, Youngkin crowd on the right.
Oh, okay. So he's just rubbing it in at this point. I guess that that quote that they had on CNN was not hard to get with the six people that are there. They probably might. Maybe they just asked one.
Oh my God!
What do you feel about this? When was this
crowd here? This is today after I think the announcement that he. Oh no, this is yesterday. Never mind. He had here. I'll show you some of his crowds because he was definitely the underdog in this race. 1 hour. He has not yet posted after his victory, but some of his crowds were quite large that he was able to gain here.
Well, does it technically I mean, even if he's got that margin right now, like wouldn't the other candidate, they have to like basically throw in the towel before he can do it unless all the votes are in? Or
I mean,
the right
they
thing you would
might want
do is for
to
the other
wait.
guy to throw in the towel, right? I mean,
Yeah, there's no chance that he's going to be able to win unless like 100% of the remaining vote goes to him for some reason. Okay, New Jersey, the chances of who's winning, Murphy was up to a 99%, and it's down to a 90% chance now.
no way. No way.
Citarelli may pull it off. Why?
Show me what Citarelli looks like. Again, I just base my vote based off how they look in their last name, big name person. So I'm just curious what Citarelli looks like.
Hold on, my browser is for some reason messed up. Stream still working? Oh wait, yeah. Why is I can see the bar at the top. Do you see my screen?
It's just a black screen.
Yeah.
It's got your top part, but
yeah, I can't see that for some reason. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. For some reason, it kicked me out.
okay.
I'm gonna pull up the information again.
Looking at Citarelli too right now.
Yeah.
It's like a standard Italian, olive skin here, little bigger schnotz on him. While Murphy, pale skin, but peach red cheeks, definitely representing the Irishman.
So there is a real chance that the Republicans actually could win there, which is surprising to me, but also not, because I did say that they could upset.
How big is the gap?
Citarelli is taking the lead.
How big was the gap in the polls initially?
So the first polling, or
Whatever the initial polls to see who which way did it lean? It was leaning in Murphy.
Yes, by about 8 points.
By 8 points, okay.
All right, I got my screen back up. Should be, yeah, there we go. So this is the current state now of New Jersey.
That's getting red. It's getting real red out there.
Oh, he's winning Atlantic. What's it called? Atlantic City.
We've all heard that jingle, Atlantic City. We all know that's that's a good spot to take for him.
So now Citarelli has a 15% chance of victory, up from 2%. So it's already swung like 13 points towards him.
Oh
wow. In the margin, it's likelier to be now under 4 points than over 4 points.
Didn't realize. Wait, Citronelli is also Jewish.
Is he? Citarelli?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm looking at a picture right now.
Does it say? Because I know he's Italian. He has said it before.
His last name ends with a vowel.
Oh, there you go. You missed some stuff. So We won Virginia. The Republicans have gained four actual positions. They've won the House. They've won the governorship, the lieutenant governorship, and the attorney general. CNN hasn't called it yet, though. So,
Of course not.
Yeah,
and
no,
then,
I was commenting on CNN had a post on their site here where they got a direct quote at Terry's campaign headquarters at the Hilton Hotel, where it's filled with supporters tonight, with a line to the cash bar and music playing on the speakers, where a grim reality is sitting in among top supporters who believe Glenn Youngkin's strength will be too much to overcome.
Oh, no.
Listen. I'm pretty sure one of the reporters bumped into somebody who just like literally was probably chatting with his buddies, having a drink, and they quoted this man, not by name, but just saying in quotes, "This isn't going Terry's way."
Ooh.
And it was from a longtime donor and supporter. And
Is that
that's a
terrible
direct quote
for him.
from CNN of a person they will not quote with a name. They will not say them by name, but it happened.
And
Cash bar line.
Kelvin,
It's not an open bar; it's a cash bar. By the way,
you also missed Hat Man in New York lost.
Oh, no.
I know.
he's done.
He's done. He's out of the race.
Kelvin, would you wear one of those hats?
Oh, the berets?
Yeah, would you wear a beret like that? Would you wear
He
that?
wore it at the debate.
I'd wear it, yeah.
You would with your nice head of hair.
With you, Mike, of course. I'm sorry, first time caller.
Yeah, first time caller here.
He never takes the hat off. Both a pain and a gain for his campaign.
First time caller, first time listener. Curious. Can we go back to the hat issue? Anna, would you wear one of these hats? Can we get the red beret back up here?
Yeah.
Look.
Now, no, get the squad picture. Get the squad.
I gotta
picture.
find the squad here.
Oh,
Okay.
look at them.
Would
I like
you
that guy
be
in the
part of that
back.
crew?
Flags.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be a part of that crew?
So who's winning in New York right now?
Who cares?
We're
talking about
It's
hats
been
here, man.
announced.
What
So
It looks like Mike Carey's going to win in U.S. House 15th District.
yeah. You missed something though. Look at New Jersey.
Really? Where is my election map?
The Italians are taking back Jersey, Calvin, is what's happening right now.
Currently, it's swinging
Whoa.
back in the Republicans' favor.
Yeah, but Newark will go right. Suffolk, Warren,
Atlantic City's going to Citarelli as well.
keep me. Whoa, Trenton. That's
We got. What about Jersey City?
Where's Jersey City at?
Jersey City is.
It's on the list of 20 worst places to live in New Jersey. So I'm just curious where they land on that.
Do you know where it's kind of at? North, south, middle?
You know what county it's in?
The description I have for Jersey City isn't bad at all, but it's far from ideal. One of its worst crimes is the work-life balance it offers its residents. It has the third worst work-life balance in the country. Most residents spend almost 40 minutes commuting to work, leaving them little time to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Although, considering that extends to a rather low medium income of $62,000, maybe that's not as bad as it seems. Jersey City.
Could you check the county it's in? Like the
Jersey City County. But it's in northeastern New Jersey. Eastern waterfront, faces Hudson River. No, it just doesn't want to tell me. Hudson County.
Hudson County. Currently, Murphy's leading 81% there.
Makes sense. It's a dump. Let's see. Wait, let's go to the next one on this list. Ashbury Park. Well, why don't we just go to the worst one listed first and see where they're stacking up? Newark.
What is it? New what?
New. I'm just gonna figure out the county for you real quick because I don't want to butcher this so much. Essex County.
Essex County?
Yeah. Newark.
It's going Murphy 82%.
Makes sense. Look at all the list of the dumpiest places in Jersey are just going to Murphy. I wonder where the correlation is there. Calvin, what are your thoughts on this? Did you change shirts?
I did.
Okay.
Well,
is there a reason for that, or?
Yeah, someone just said in the comments, Citarelli now leading. Also, half the vote isn't out of Jersey.
Half the vote is in Jersey?
Yes, half the vote.
All right. Edward Black. I don't know if that's a chipmunk as your picture, what it is. It's a
Where
cute
is that?
chipmunk.
Oh, in the comments. Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a chipmunk or what.
The 15th district is now 91% in Ohio.
Yeah, that's going red.
Yeah. That's also a very Trump aligned Republican there. And a more suburban, rural mixed area. So
When did they get all these funny statistics? The ones we were looking at before, Nick, where it's
I should show Calvin those too.
Well, I want to see. Can we look at the ones for Jersey, or do they release them after?
I think they're out.
Okay, these are funny, Cal. They should just straight up, the way they put it is almost like smart people 10%, dumb people 15%.
That's 2020.
Was it like low income, high income?
No, not
yeah.
even. It was
They
like
have that on there, but
whites
it's
that
not
go to
released yet.
college, whites that don't go to college, blacks
Well,
that
yeah.
go to college, blacks that don't go to college.
Whoa.
It's not on there yet.
No, it's literally. I'm just reading off what it said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that data before.
Do you think even that specific? I understand for the candidates and stuff like that, but is it public? Did they need to publicly put that out?
Well, it's like four different. I mean, you could take social media, actual polling, and three other factors.
Oh, the guy said it's a beaver.
It's a beaver. Well, I think it's a cute beaver, Edward. Cute beaver.
It's a beav.
It's whoa! I thought we couldn't say dirty things out here.
It's a beav.
Yeah,
It's abbreviation for beaver.
yeah. We all know what it's abbreviation for, Calvin.
Citarelli now has a 17% chance of winning. It's ticking upwards.
What did it start at? 2%?
2%, yeah.
He's just handing out more cannolis out there. He's getting people
He
fed
won-
and making them feel good. They're getting all
This
juiced
is-
up on
This
cannolis.
is big. He won Gloucester County by 8 points. Trump lost it by about 3. And Jack Citarelli wasn't even supposed to be competitive here.
Wow. That's big.
Cumberland and Salem and I'm just going to pull up the 2020 results.
Where are we at with Camden County?
Which one was that? In New Jersey?
Camden County. It's got the second crappiest city. So
Camden County.
blue. Give me blue.
Where is it? Camden. Cape, Salem. Oh, there it is. It's blue.
Yeah, give me blue. I swear, every single one. I want to know who wrote this list, but it's funny that literally every single one on this list so far has been in a blue part of the state. That's funny. Direct correlation, I think not. Calvin, what are your thoughts on that? First time caller, first time listener.
Low income people usually vote Democrat.
I mean, I wouldn't completely agree with that nowadays because it was only about a 5-point margin for people who make under $30,000 in 2020. There's a pretty even split now among all incomes, except for $100,000 to $200,000 income, which heavily votes Republican.
Eric Adams won the mayor of New York.
Yeah,
You know that we covered it. You weren't here.
Hat guy is taking up though. His vote total is taking up.
Yeah, we'll give him extra votes for the hats, and that's as far as it goes. Did Calvin? Did you see? You also missed. Did you look at Ben Shapiro's last retweet from Super 70s Sports?
Oh, let me look.
Look at that.
I'm Ben Shapiro, and this is Daily Wire.
Whoa, hold on.
Look at the retweet. Look at the Super 70s Sports retweet.
Monmouth County in Jersey voted 3 points to Trump. For Citarelli, it voted 21 points.
Are you looking at that, Cal?
I can't find it on his timeline.
Nicholas, bring it up one more time. I want to
Yeah.
just go to just. It's literally right on his page. As soon as you go in there, it's like a huge picture with the saying. Yeah.
He's retweeted a bunch of stuff.
Yes, that's what I'm going through.
Here it is.
Oh, boom, right there. Right there. Zoom in on that, Nick. Let him read the whole quote. Let him get the whole picture here.
I'm not. That's so good. The only person being. Have you heard?
Just imagine Ben saying that, smoking a cigarette. You like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Okay,
Wow,
we can
he
get
is
back to it.
posted a lot.
Yeah, maybe I just have it from 20 minutes ago when he didn't do anything. He's getting all fired up now. Somebody put some. Oh, let's see. Yeah. I want to thank, but so glad Lincoln Project got back to work. Its namesake.
You know what the Lincoln Project is, right?
The crazy people.
It's the the Republicans that left the Republican Party because they don't like Trump and they will like Bush Republicanism.
So is he when he says so glad the Lincoln Project got back to work of its namesake, electing Republicans that they're actually doing what they're supposed to now?
I think I can't remember if they supported Youngkin or not. Maybe they did, and that's why he said that.
Well, what's his face's husband?
Yeah,
isn't part of
Conway,
it.
Kellyanne Conway's, yeah.
Because their kid wanted to leave the family, and what's that called?
Is it runaway?
No, what's
No, where you don't want to have them as
your
your parents
parents
anymore. What is that called?
What's that called?
Disown.
Emancipate.
Yeah.
Emancipate. Why did he want to emancipate? What they do?
She hated both of her parents. They both cared more about their careers than her. So she was like alone all the time. So then she went like public and was like, my parents are terrible. Allegedly.
She's like, I'm so rich.
Whoa.
Money I don't know what to do with all the time.
Jersey is now 20% chance it goes Republican.
Wow.
Jersey.
So in Monmouth County, which was supposed to be a bellwether,
there's a track there.
Shifted 22 points to the Republican. Ocean County, which is a big Republican area, shifted 10 points further Republican. And I think Sussex, which is another big one, has no votes in still. Yeah.
What's going on with the policing bill in Minnesota?
Let's see. I know that they had 42% say yes and 58% say no the last time I checked.
Is that the one we just looked at before?
A little while ago, yeah. Let's see. The proposals now.
They want police. They need the police. Calvin, what do you think of the police department?
I like the boys in blue. Good
Do they
people.
do they like you in certain circumstances?
At times, yes.
What type of moments would they not?
Sometimes I participate in things and stuff.
Okay. You don't want to get specific on this.
Nope.
All right. So I don't know if you looked at your comments lately. The Beaver said,
Yeah.
how much of an effect, if any, do you think the Loudoun County school scandal will affect the gubernatorial race? You know what? I'm
Well,
not a good person to
the
pronounce it.
gubernatorial race out there.
So what was the school
It
scandal in the
basically-
first place?
It was the one where Terry McAuliffe said that parents shouldn't have a say in their education. And that basically just won the race for Youngkin. Youngkin did so well at capitalizing on that. He shifted Loudoun County by about 25 points. Loudoun County is not a small county. Same with Fairfax. Fairfax shifted like 10 points. And some other northern areas and suburban areas voted heavily to Youngkin. Majorly for the education side of things.
People care about their kids generally. Right? Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Generally, there's some bad kids, and you're like, yeah, I don't want that kid. But generally, they care about the kids.
Where's their guy Sean at?
He got off for tonight.
What, am I not as good as Sean for you, Cal?
No, Sean's great.
I don't have enough insights.
Oh, Sean didn't
I
have
feel
any
like I'm
insight.
the good outside perspective that doesn't know anything.
I don't know much right now.
I feel like you know more than me.
That's because I'm utilizing 2 monitors.
I got to get a second one at some
Is
point.
there-
I have my laptop out.
There's a specific reason that I got a Guy Fieri photo texted to me.
Oh wait, okay. He said, Edward Black said, no, that's the one where a transgender sexually assaulted a girl, and it was allegedly covered up by the school. Yeah, that was another thing he also capitalized on. There were so many things with school that Youngkin capitalized on out there.
Is this how you feel about that controversy?
Yes.
Just a Guy Fieri. Oh man. So what else did he do? So what else was a part of the? Oh, okay. So no, there's the one where a transgender sexually assaulted a girl, and it was allegedly covered up by the school.
Yeah.
Was I'm into this now. This is a hot topic for me. So let's go. So what? It was the transgender, was that a man biologically?
I
Or
believe so. Yes, I believe so. And the school basically covered it up, and then Youngkin used it as a way to basically have parents' voice in schools more.
Gotcha.
Basically, because schools covered up. Youngkin was running on parents' involvement in schools. McAuliffe didn't want parent involvement, and then it just played more into his cards, and he got a flush in the end. %53% in Jersey. Yeah. He said Edward Black said male identifying as a female who allegedly assaulted another female after the Loudoun County one.
Yeah. Male identifying as a female who allegedly assaulted another female
Yes.
at the Loudoun County one. Yeah.
Is that bad?
Was that in the bathroom? Did they have the laws
Yes.
up there where they can use the same bathroom?
Yes.
Well, there you go. There you go. You get to use the same potty. That stuff might happen. Calvin, thoughts on that? First time caller, first time listener.
Agreed.
Okay. Thanks for the input.
Yep.
I just think it's a hot button issue right now. I'm the one who brought up the Dave Chappelle thing in there. I'm surprised, I'm sure the
I'm more of a Tim Dillon man myself.
yeah, I know a lot of people are like it. Tim Dillon nowadays is it's good. He's a little bit out there, but
Well, what do you know about the Franklin Credit Union scandal?
like I said, I don't know much about anything. Is that a joke or is that an actual thing?
Oh, it's an actual thing. Just Google Lawrence E. King, Omaha,
Me?
Nebraska.
Yeah, bring it up so I can see what's going on here.
What's it called?
The Franklin Credit Union scandal?
This is going to be like a meatspin.com ad.
No.
This?
Yes. Conspiracy of silence.
Oh, whoa. Child abuse Satanism murder in Nebraska. When did this book get released? Hey, can
August 16, 2011.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is pretty old.
Also related to this topic, Jeb
Well, listen.
and the Bush family.
I want to know if you scroll up, is there a version of this copy where you can get an audio version? Then I want to hear who they chose to do
And
the audio.
look up who took Johnny. It's a kid who got abducted in Iowa that ended up in Omaha, Nebraska. Who took Johnny? America's Most Wanted did a documentary on it. It's about Johnny Gosh. This stream's about to get dropped.
Really?
Maybe.
Well, we're just providing people with different pieces.
We're just Googling stuff allegedly.
Yeah.
Whatever. I want to check
Okay,
out.
so someone said in the chat, these states need to go blue. Hashtag pack the cord.
Get out of here.
Real
Get out of
Housewives
here.
of Politics.
Yeah, I can guess who that is.
Their name is Red Housewife of Politics.
Real Housewife.
Real House. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Hi, Lauren. How are you? Is that who it is?
I don't
No,
think
that's
so.
not. I think it's. Is it actually?
No, I don't think so.
I think it's Anna. I think it's Anna over there. Either it's Anna or she. I don't think she's the Beaver because I don't think.
No. I've seen that guy in other comments.
Well, I
he
like
found me off of Reddit, I believe.
I'm about the Beaver.
Yeah.
Beaver, if you want me back on this stream, you let them know too. I'm just a first-time caller, first-time listener here. Real Housewife of Politics. Why don't you speak up a little bit?
Citarelli has expanded his lead also.
Calvin, please send me the link to that audiobook and documentary.
I will. I got you. I'll send it to you now.
Okay. Can we get that out to the listeners after this live stream as well? Appropriate.
I mean, the documentary is on YouTube. It just gets taken down all the time.
Really?
Oh, it's one of those. Somebody else is like, I got to get this back up there. They don't give up on the dream.
Oh, you know what I forgot about? The Pennsylvania race. Hold on. New York Times will allow me. Wow, I have to pay for New York Times. Thank you. see. Is this going to allow me to see some results? No. This doesn't have anything. That's just an article. It's definitely a close race on what I saw for just a brief second, though. Could I pull it up on here? It doesn't have the big one, but it has the house races. Going back to Jersey. Morris County is now halfway in. This county went to Biden. Currently, Citarelli has a 64-point margin. Warren County. Okay, that's only mail-ins so far. Kelvin, who are you feeling? Citarelli or Murphy?
Citarelli.
Citarelli, you think?
Yeah, he's a nice Italian.
How much money would you put on it?
How much percentage? 48%, right? How much is it?
55% of the votes in.
Oh, Citarelli's gonna win.
The only thing that is kind of slowing that is Newark isn't too much in.
You got a lot of scum out there, so you got to look out.
Same with Trenton. There's nothing. But it's going to be a close race. It's in Mercer County. Oh, Real Housewife of Politics says, do you all think that Amy Coney Barrett outsmarted Trump? He thought she was his saving grace, but boy, was he wrong.
I mean, I don't know what to say to that. I'll tell you right now, Real Housewife of Politics, I don't follow politics that much. I'm a first-time caller, and I just put in small tidbits here and there. So do I believe Amy Coney Barrett outsmarted Trump? Can anybody outsmart Trump? I don't know. Calvin, what do you think?
I mean, I've read Art of the Deal. I don't think so. I think this is all part of his plan.
I mean, anything that happens to him that's bad, he wanted to happen.
I mean, he gets another seat in the Supreme Court, even though, like with the Pennsylvania ruling, where I think that's what you're talking about, where you're saying he was outsmarted, where she didn't favor his side, and looking into the date change and the mail-in count. I mean,
is it really outsmarting, or would she just shoot herself in the foot then if she looks like a crazy conspiracy theorist?
Yeah, I mean,
wait, Calvin, did you give me a bingo finger? Was that bingo? That's right.
Finger guns.
Thank you. You don't want to look stupid. Boom. She didn't outsmart Trump. She just was being smart herself so that she didn't look like a lunatic.
I mean, you could also say Trump was too much aligned with Mitch McConnell if you're saying that he was outsmarted too, because Mitch McConnell really doesn't care for Trump. I believe he just cares for what he wants to get done, and that's what he wanted to get done. And you have to go through Mitch McConnell if you wanted anything in the Senate. So you had to do some work with him.
Yep.
Mitchie boy.
Can't get what you want always.
Gotta go through the Mitch man.
Oh, Kelvin, you missed this. So I was going down the line of some midterm betting, and Democrats are tanking.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So, like, the Senate control shifted 17 points towards the Republicans. The House has now shifted 12 more points to the Republicans. Pennsylvania is now a tie for the first time. Arizona is now a tie. Nevada, the Republicans have now taken the lead for the first time in betting. They now have the largest lead they've had in North Carolina. So there's some trouble the Democrats have ahead. There's a 66% chance that they take back both the House and the Senate.
Okay, that's good. It's good for us. First time caller.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for, right? You know, if I get brought back on the show, I'll be excited and overwhelmed here.
Wait until the midterms when we scream. That's going to be pretty cool.
First time
be
caller.
crazy.
So, you know, I'm just excited I was able to stay on as long as I have at this point. It looks like Edward is disappointed in her for her decision though on the vaccine mandates. I think in Maine ? And Texas abortion law. So what did she do in Texas abortion law?
Oh yeah, she tried to strike it down.
She tried to say what you can or can't get abortion. She says you can abort or can.
Can.
She says you can abort.
Yeah.
Okay. Abort what?
That baby.
I believe that's what she sided with. Yeah.
The baby. What else? What else are you trying to abort at this point, Calvin?
Myself from the world.
Yourself from the world. Well, you know, you're on what? You're only on the 3rd floor of a building. You'll probably survive that. So you're gonna have to figure out a different location.
Well, you know, the only way to take control of your own life is to end it.
Agreed. What's the other point they make? I'm disappointed in her for a decision on the vaccine mandates. What did they do in Maine for vaccine mandates? Did they just say everybody needs it? Or
there are no laws in Maine.
There are no laws in Maine, or they are?
No, there are not.
So Edward, you feel like she should have made more mandates in Maine?
I'm just gonna Google Supreme Court. Amy Coney Barron and Brett Kavanaugh side with the liberal justices declining to block Maine's vaccine mandate. So basically, she sided on the side of having a mandate for vaccines for health workers. So she sided with the mandates. %61% in New Jersey. Citarelli still having a lead.
By how much?
He holds about a 2-point lead or 20,000 votes.
20,000.
Almost all of Hudson's in, only 12% left. But Essex, which is where what's called Newark is, most of the vote is still remaining. But there's some other counties like Sussex, which is very Republican, that has no votes in.
Nick, how long do you plan to stay on this? Because I got to drop soon.
You could drop whenever. I'm going to stay probably until a little bit more out of New Jersey.
Okay.
I kind of want to see where this goes.
Okay.
It's now down to almost a tie. Citarelli holds less than a point lead. I think there's a big vote dump somewhere. Yeah, Middlesex County. Yeah, this is going to be a close race here. Oh my God, Hat Man is almost at 30% of the vote
Oh, wow.
in New York. Pretty impressive.
All right, yeah, I gotta drop. I gotta be up early, but I'll be on the next one. All right.
All right, yeah, for sure. Maybe we'll do one of these without an election or something, just like some
Yeah.
kind of discussionary thing.
What did I
Well,
miss?
good to see you on.
Sorry, guys, I had to feed the cats.
Calvin is dropping.
I'm gonna drop in a second.
Oh, what, he doesn't care enough.
Calvin, your last look into Jersey. What do you think?
The Italian.
The Italian?
Yeah.
It's Italian versus the Irish. I don't think Calvin has any Irish blood in him, as
Nope.
much as he drinks. But I think I'm also going to go with Calvin on this one and give it to the Italians.
Okay.
All right. Adios, boys.
See ya.
I will jump off as well.
Stay on a little bit longer until there's
Okay.
a little clear picture in New Jersey, and then I'm
Okay.
out here.
All right.
But thank you for you two to come on.
Yeah, if you would like me to jump on again, just shoot me a text or let me know when you'd like me to join.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
fun.
absolutely.
Hope I
Yeah,
brought
it's
some
good.
spice, and if not, and if it was inappropriate, you can let me know after, and I'll never join ever
You
again.
have a little work, but get better.
Cool. All right, have a good night, man.
You too.
Take care.
All right. I'm the only remaining person now. Still have 65% in. Jersey left. 65% counted. Anyone have a prediction on what this is going to be? I think Murphy is going to narrowly pull this by like 3 points. Unless Essex County isn't as big as what we think is what's going to come out. It really matters on the south part of the state too. Not much in Atlantic City. But Youngkin wins. As well as Lieutenant Governor now Winsome Sears and Attorney General Jason Myres. Also, the pickup of the Virginia House. Jack Citarelli is outperforming all expectations on top of it in New Jersey. Let's check out Twitter here. Comments. Too interesting. Any new votes coming out of Jersey? Let's see. 67% in. Citarelli takes the lead again. Burlington County is now 40% in. Jack Citarelli holds a lead. This county went heavily Democrat. So I expect this county to narrow up. Do you think that Bergen County is going to be likely margin, though? It's currently 10-point difference between Citarelli and Murphy. Probably tick up a couple points for Murphy, and then that's it. Yeah, 15-point chance that the Republicans do pull it off, though. It's getting likelier close than expected. 4 to 6 points now, exceeding my expectations for the Republicans out there. $18 points in Ohio's 15th. Is all the votes in? 99%. I believe it was a bigger margin previously because it was more of a moderate Republican that was out there. $59.41. Wait, that's the new one. Full detail. $63.36. So it's about 7 points closer. Makes sense. It's got a lot of suburban area in it. %70 now in Jersey. Jack Citarelli holds a 2-point lead with 30% remaining. No new vote out of Essex. Half the vote out of Atlantic, though. Margin prediction. It's getting closer to likely to be under 4 points than over 4 points also. We need to see what Sussex does, if the turnout's high for the Republicans or not. And Cape, which I believe was a Republican area for Trump, if I can remember that right. Yeah, that's probably a lot of mail-ins that are just in there. So that'll push more right there. And then Salem, I believe so as well. Yeah, nothing in yet, and it's pretty safe area. Cumberland is a close area too, and there's nothing in there yet. Let's check. Oh yeah, Citarelli now ticking up his chances, now almost 20% to win the state. Still nothing new. Let's check New Jersey. So it says Ohio 15 was a Trump plus 14, 18. So 4-point swing towards the that wing of the Republican Party. Hashtag Democrats is trending. Loudoun County was 25 for Biden in 2020, currently only 6, 83. Yeah, not a lot of good things for the Democrats this time. Trump actually, yeah. Or if they have, oh, there's some new. No, I just sorted it wrong. So his final poll is 1.7. Trafalgar getting it right again in New Jersey. Everyone dismantles this poll, but it's usually pretty accurate. Here's Ohio's 15th, polled 11 points, and it came out as 18. So 7 points better than expected. Nothing new in New Jersey. Oh, 71 now. Slightly more vote coming in for Citarelli over Murphy. Nothing new in Burlington. Morris County, I believe, is ticking further in with 77% of the vote now heavily going to Citarelli. The only thing for Citarelli is problems Essex, Union, and Mercer. There's nothing in Mercer yet, which is a heavily Democratic area. But now a 25% chance that he is able to pull it off, which would be a huge surprise in this race. That'd be bigger than New Jersey, not Virginia. Virginia now 86%. We need New Jersey blue. Someone said in the chat. I would be about what predicted is saying a 25% chance that the Republicans win. Actually, I'd say a 30% chance because it's now swinging. And it looks like it's going to be close. Even if the Democrats do win it, that is not going to look good for them. What's going on, Nick? Well, it looks like the Republicans ran the right candidates. The Biden administration has now, due to the results of these election, is now in danger. The midterms are going to be strongly Republican. The Senate was supposed to be up for grabs. I have no chance, I don't think, that the Democrats are going to retain the Senate nor the House. And the Republicans are probably going to gain around 5 seats in the governorships, possibly even 6 with this one, if the Republicans do pull this one off. Sussex County now starting to come in. Yeah, the Democrats have a lot of endangerment to them currently. It's shifting rapidly in New Jersey. Virginia's already gone. They lost the House seat in there, which was not even supposed to happen, as well as lieutenant governor and attorney general positions. The Republicans didn't even do bad in New York City. And they did good in the House elections in Ohio. see what it says now. Almost a 30% chance the Republicans pull this one off. It's now more likely it's going to be under 2% for Murphy or a victory for Citarelli than over 2 points. I mean, not for Citarelli, for Murphy. And still no Salem nor Cumberland in, which I expect Citarelli to do good in. Sussex has just begun county as well. So there's a lot of endangerment here in New Jersey for the Democrats. Essex County is really the only thing that could save them, or Bergen, which has nothing much in. %30 chance the Republicans now win in New Jersey. Like I said, it was the race that was not focused on, and the polling was getting closer in the final days. Democratic incumbents haven't won it since 1970. What are your political views? Well, in my predictions, I like to say nonpartisan. I'd consider my views probably more to the side of libertarianism. I'm fiscally capitalist, but I'm more of a populist, anti-establishment, so more siding with Bernie and Trump kind of wings of the parties. I would say Tulsi Gabbard's another one I would side with pretty well, but I usually don't get into politics too, like my political views too much, but I would say I'm fiscally capitalist, national capitalist probably, and I'm socially libertarian. Murphy's chances are now dwindling further. Okay, cool. Respect that. Thanks. What would you say your views are? Essex County, nothing's still coming in. %75 reporting. Nothing in Cumberland nor Salem yet. Morris County is now only 13% remaining, and almost none of Sussex has been in. Half of Mercer's in, though. Yeah, Youngkin did the impossible tonight. In the final stretch, he was able to turn the campaign into his side. He was able to win Virginia. Same with the lieutenant governor, the attorney general, and take the House. Now New Jersey is now up for grabs. Because I'm in Texas, I'm just shy. Yeah, that's very good sign for the Republicans come midterms. The Republican Citarelli has around a 30% chance that he pulls off New Jersey as well. So Youngkin winning, huge. If Citarelli wins, that's a tsunami come midterms. And he's performing quite well here, even though there's, like I said, New Jersey could be a very big surprise this cycle. I'm not saying he'll win, but it's going to be very, very close. It does really come down to Essex County. Essex County, as well as Cumberland and Salem, which have nothing. And those two are going to be more conservative. He won, what's it called? Morris County by like 20, 30 points. Citarelli. He's going to win Cumberland. Salem County, he's doing good in Atlantic County too. Salem County is already very conservative. He's going to pull off at least probably 10,000 votes there. Probably another 15,000 Cumberland and some more in Atlantic. And there's none in Sussex. Sussex is decently populated on top of it. Essex County is very populated, but there is not high turnout there, which could damage the Democrats. Hudson County, I think Hudson County is almost all in. Hudson County is 90% in. It's Essex, Union County a little bit, but Union County is a little bit more moderate than Essex. Essex is the overall Democratic area in the state. And it's mostly only mail and early vote, and there's almost no election day vote out of Essex. Oh, Citarelli's chances are increasing now, too. He has now like a 35% chance of victory. We're in Ocean County. Ocean County is, I believe it's over here somewhere. I felt it was. Oh, here it is, Ocean County. This is the super great performance from Citarelli over here. We need to see what happens in southern region of the state. Atlantic County, 57% in. None out of Cumberland, none out of Salem. Cape County is conservative. There's only mail-ins and early votes coming out of there. No election days yet. Almost all of Camden County's in. So there's nothing that Murphy could really get out of there. A little bit more out of Mercer County, but it's a lot closer this time around. Nothing. A little bit he could get out of Somerset. It really comes down to Essex and a little bit on Union. But Citarelli has a slight counterbalance for him. What do you think will happen in New Jersey? Do you think Citarelli can pull it off, or do you think Murphy will very narrowly hold this? Any new votes? Nope. Democrats are now at 36 on the Senate, betting. Republicans have taken the lead. I'm not sure. I hope Murphy could pull it off, but you never know. Wow, that's a huge swing in Arizona. Okay. Based off of some of this data that's come out today, I'm just going to give a brief, Senate. So North Dakota, South Dakota, Kansas, Oklahoma, Utah, Idaho, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Alabama, Kentucky, Indiana, South Carolina, Iowa are all going safely to the Republicans. Now, safe for the Democrats, I would give them Washington, California, Hawaii, New York, Vermont, Maryland, unless Larry Hogan runs there. Likely Republican at this moment, Ohio, North Carolina, Florida, maybe even Wisconsin. It's getting near that territory. And Alaska, I forgot to add that one in. Moving on to the Democrats, Oregon, Illinois, Colorado, Connecticut, all likely. Now back to the Republicans, Georgia, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Arizona, and for the Republicans, tilt Nevada. They could pick all the way up to 4 seats at this moment in time. And what we've seen tonight, this would be the largest Republican majority in the Senate since 2014. Nothing new in New Jersey. Virginia is almost completed its count, and Youngkin holds over a 3-point lead. Fairfax almost all in, almost all the northern areas, but Virginia Beach and Chesapeake City still have some votes too, as well as Chesterfield. Oh, this is interesting. Nate Cohn says it looks a lot more bad for Democrats than healthy, but it's hard to know whether that's because of biases in which kind of methods are reporting until we're at 100% counted. %77% now in, and Citarelli expanding his lead now to about 4 points. And with even a higher chance of victory now in New Jersey. Nothing in the southern counties yet. Nothing new out of Essex. A little more on Mercer has come. Morris County still has votes. In Sussex, nothing new. Wow, that was a big swing. It might be, whoa, okay. 35% chance the Republicans pull New Jersey, over 35% chance that Republicans pull New Jersey off. Murphy's chances are now continuing to dwindle. We may see a map that looks like this. Where is current? I'll just do blank governor. I already know all the fill-ins. Starting off the night with 27 Republicans, and we can end off the night with 29, picking up both seats. On top of it, when the midterms hit, they're going to flip Kansas, they're going to flip Wisconsin, they're going to flip Michigan, probably Pennsylvania. The Democrats will pick up Maryland. The Republicans will flip Nevada, maybe even New Mexico, because Ron Chetty is a strong candidate. Then 2023 hits. Kentucky and Louisiana will likely flip, leaving the Democrats with as low as, could be even lower than 15 seats in the governorships. 83% in. Shifted a little bit back to Murphy. Nothing out of the South except all of Capeson now. But nothing new in Sussex. Union's almost all in, though, too. Why is it taking so long for Essex? I'm really not sure what's going on there. Because there is a real chance that the Republicans really do flip this state now. And we'll see a map that somewhat looks like this once 2024 hits. And it could even look worse for the Democrats and look something up to as bad as that. I think a little bit more is coming somewhere. But still nothing out of Cumberland, nothing out of Salem. 52% out of Sussex. Not all the vote out of Atlantic either. Burlington, also not everything in. A little over a 30% chance the Republicans pull it off there. Yeah, Union's about completed now. In Somerset, it's 30%. Mercer. There's so much going on in New Jersey. It's really unknown what's going to go on here. Not much left. But Essex. And then nothing in the south still, which will favor Citarelli. Citarelli is trending. This is the mail-in ballot box results in Ocean County. Murphy will lose Ocean County. The question is how big it came out for Citarelli today. Okay, never mind. Democratic. Let's see. Nothing still. There's probably nothing new. Yeah, nothing new. Wonder how the Senate and General Assembly will turn out, though. %86 in now. And still about a 3-point lead for Citarelli, with 14% of the vote remaining. Nothing in Salem nor Cumberland. Nothing new in Essex. Nothing also new really in the betting. It's still showing about a 30% chance to a 70% chance. Oh, yeah, it's still likely to be under 2 points and over 2 points as well. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to reopen New Jersey. Please be new data, though. Nope. Morris County is almost completely in. Only 2% remains. Nothing new in Burlington, though, as well. Moved slightly more into Murphy's favor, though. It's all of the 11th in. Yes. 78 to 20. 79 to 21 about. Is this Kimero? Oh, this is Ola. Okay. Gomberlin's finally dropping some votes in, it shows. It's now about a 3.1 lead for Jack Citarelli. That's not updated on there. It's updated, though, on CNN. It shows a 3.2 lead. With different estimates of remaining votes in these counties, too. Including heavily Republican counties. We had a big vote increase. I wonder if it was Essex. No. Wonder when they're going to update Decision Desk here. CNN is predicting a lot larger amount of votes remaining. Maybe if I refresh. Who's in Texas? There's a house. Murphy's chances are starting to increase a little bit here. CNN and Decision Desk are a little bit different from each other right now. It seems like Decision Desk has more northern part of New Jersey, and CNN has more of southern New Jersey and was in North Carolina. Oh, it's mayor. Georgia. House and mayor. Let's refresh this. Golf trending as well. Nothing new in New Jersey. $21.4. It's just ever changing here. Senate. Look at that. House, I believe so too. It's going to show similar. Yeah, but even further. New Jersey is very much fluctuating right now. I want to see Virginia because I know it was shifting around some early part of the day, and then, yep, Youngkin just took off from there. %88 in. Nothing new in Essex. 87% of Atlantic, though, and nothing in Salem, nothing in Cumberland, according to Decision Desk, but CNN has some numbers in Cumberland County. .5 lead now for Jack Citarelli. 3.2 on CNN. 75,000 vote lead. Almost all of Atlantic in. 11% of the vote remains. Essex is the only hope for the Democrats here. I think Murphy's going to pull it off, but could be the upset. Burlington County with not like anything in is going to be very odd where that's going to go. I believe it's going to go a little bit more towards Murphy's way, though. Bergen County, though, going to Jack Citarelli was a surprise. And Morris County going to as much as it did. And it's still up for grabs, which is pretty unbelievable here in New Jersey. I wonder why they don't have Cumberland on decision desk yet, though. Nine, 7, 8. They have pretty identical numbers besides Cumberland. Essex has to give us something at some point here. Mercer is continuing to come in, though. There's only a 6,000 vote lead between the two of them, though, too. So it's not drawing them apart that much. Somerset as well. There's only a 5,000 vote difference. Keep going. I just don't know why they're not having Cumberland County on decision desk, because the totals are not this nor this. They're slightly different. Because this, did they finally update here? No, Sussex County and Sussex County do not link the same. There's nothing out of Cumberland. There's stuff out of Cumberland. The count is just off right now. Capes all in. Capes all in. Anything new here? Nope. It's pretty static right now. Just give us something, please. Here. Wait, I think it finally updated a little bit. No, not really. Union is in. Same with Hudson. Middlesex. There's only like very little in Somerset and Mercer, which aren't going to move it much, and Passaic County too. Unless the vote's completely off, where CNN says there's a lot remaining. It's taking slightly back into Citarelli's favor, though. Again. Back to a 25% chance that Citarelli wins the governorship. Nothing new. $760. All as well as nothing here. What is this? Election day 2021. Most polls are now closed as ballot counting continues across the U.S. Okay, never mind. I thought it was saying that they were going to end counting for a second. I wonder what the final margin will end up being in Virginia. Now back to a 30% chance. What the House look like for the Virginia? Virginia House seats. Oh, looks like it is going to be probably a tie. Citarelli now having a 3.4 lead. A little bit more votes in. We have some more up here coming in. Nothing new in Mercer, nor Burlington. But Atlantic is almost fully in. Off Cape. Let's refresh this again. And it's very close still. But still nothing in Essex, which is really going to keep Youngkin honest. Prior entering politics, he spent 25 years in the private equity firm, the Curiel Group, later becoming its CEO. They need to add Cumberland to Decision Desk. Decision Desk is now 77% in. There's more remaining than expected. Which is what CNN got right. But is it less still than what CNN thinks? This doesn't really hurt either candidate either. Because that opens some more room in Morris as well as Sussex and where's the other ones? Atlantic, Cumberland. Oh, there we go. Cumberland's coming in. I didn't even notice that. And it's shifted slightly back. Took a break for about an hour. Hope I didn't miss much. Not really. New Jersey's just taking forever. Wait, did we have Essex? There was a big drop in Essex County. Let's see. 83% in. Citarelli's still holding a lead overall. Still a 30% chance of victory. A lot of unknowns remain because there's more vote remaining than expected in both Republican and Democratic areas. 82% is counted, 70% according to CNN. Still nothing though in Salem, which is a big unknown. And it's shifting back to Citarelli once again. So there's a lot of unknowns in this race still. That's not what I want to do. Burlington just still having barely nothing as well, which even keeps it even a larger unknown here. It is showing, though, that Murphy is once again trending. We're seeing like a pendulum move right now. Union is 92, Essex 83, Somerset's 58, Mercer 57. One-point lead according to CNN. %20 chance, 80% chance still. Not much moving here. At least we have Essex, though, kind of coming in. It'll probably end up Murphy +2, though. I think a little bit more votes have come in. Let's see. We have left Sussex, more than half. Nothing in Salem. Nothing in Burlington. And then most of the other counties are in, but there's just a little bit here too. The odds are now saying it's going back in favor with Murphy very slightly. It's going now heavily in favor of Murphy. This race may possibly be called for Murphy soon here. Where are we at in chances? Still 18%. Citarelli, 81%. Murphy. Nothing in Salem. Nothing new in Burlington. Top of vote totals not matching each other on CNN and Decision Desk, which makes this a little more annoying and probably the odds a little bit confused. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe, because we're one away from 410 subscribers. This has been a pretty long stream, and the first stream since the 2020 election I've done. %85 in. Citarelli has now surpassed 1 million votes. %14 chance Citarelli wins. 86% Murphy. And now swinging back again to Citarelli. We're going to see this pattern continue until we actually get a little bit more answers out here in these unknown areas like Salem and Burlington. Burlington, a third of the vote in a Democratic area. Currently, Citarelli leading in a Democratic area. Is that a false flag, or is Citarelli actually doing good here? That's the question. Yep, swinging back a little bit. I'm going to take a quick, 3-minute break here, and I'll be back. I'm going to leave the New Jersey results up. All right, I'm back. It looks like there's very small amount of new votes here. Let's check predicted market here too. The odds 20%. So yeah, it literally just swung all the way back to where it was basically. With still nothing out of Salem, nothing new out of Burlington. It's still the same position. That's so annoying. We're just not getting like anything here. Take a look at the elections or Congress. Arizona swinging a ton. Like that. Same with Nevada. Anything new? Nothing new. What a surprise, New Jersey. Wow. Georgia is becoming strong again for the Republicans. Well, actually strong for the first time now. And North Carolina is like not even a worry anymore. Still remaining around a 20% chance. Nothing new. If we don't get too many new results pretty soon here, probably going to call the stream. But I plan on doing many more live streams with more people and probably talk about politics, latest news, and whatnot. If there's an election, I'll definitely do that. Probably start with my 2022 predictions more so ahead here because we're getting a more clear picture with 2021 results. A little bit more coming in here. Still remaining around the same position. Oh, Youngkin at 1.6 million now. And Terry McAuliffe at 1.5. It's interesting. Winston Sayers has more votes, but also Hala Ayala has more as well. And then Attorney General being the closest race. Nothing new. Same position. Anything new? Nope. Nothing new in the good old Jersey. I'm going to stay here for another 10 minutes, and if nothing really big happens, I'm going to end the stream. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. What's your prediction? It's really hard to say here. I think Murphy, there's a lot of factors here that are kind of confusing. So there's the Burlington area, which is Democratic, but it's voting Republican, but with a low amount of votes counted. No Salem. The new amount of remaining ballots out. There's also the area of Newark too here, and swinging back and forth in between here. What does it say? Hope the GOP wins, but keep Youngkin honest prior to entering politics. That was already said. Okay. it's really hard to tell right here in New Jersey. I definitely would say that Murphy is slightly favored over Citarelli, but there's just so many unknowns at stake here. It's just so unknown. Salem, nothing. The remaining votes outstanding in a lot of these Republican areas, and these areas that are just unknown in which way they're going, especially Burlington. Burlington's no small county. It voted 250,000 voters in the last election. Only 45,000 voters are currently counted. And it just keeps swinging. It goes very Republican. Well, not very Republican, but like it'll swing from like 35% to 10%, and then it'll continue to do the same thing each time. Like here we go again. Now over 2% and under 2% increasing again. 30%. Yep. It's gonna go the same thing again, because there's just no real information that we're getting in some of these super unknown areas, which is very confusing right now. And nothing's really coming out of these areas. Burlington has had nothing since its first release. Salem's not even released any numbers. And we had like a jump of votes out here, but also here, half the votes in and narrow. Let's see. Is it moved again? Yeah, it stayed in the same spot. It's been a pretty good night, though. I'd say pretty entertaining, except for the ending, which is pretty usual, though. You always have that one state that's close, and it's slow counting. Just nothing's coming out here. I wonder if let's see, is there any news on this? Very just static positioning. I may cover a video on all of this tomorrow too, because we probably will have all the results in. I predicted so much higher turnout in New Jersey, which was kind of foolish because they weren't in too much of the light this time. But I didn't expect it to be as low as it is. I was pretty on par though with Virginia, a little under their turnout though, but roughly on point with the margin, and counties too. I'm going to end it here in about 5 minutes. If you have any further questions about the election tonight or suggestions for future content or what you want to see, leave it in the comments. If there's any different data coming here. Wait a second. Let's go back to New Jersey. Nothing. What was your prediction for Virginia? Here, I'll pull it up. So this was the map I came out with. This was November 1st. I came out with this map. I had Youngkin receiving 50.7% of the vote and McAuliffe at 48.38 or about 48.4. Currently, it's 51.2 to 48.1. So very closely at the moment. There's still about 6% left, which will move it a little bit. I predicted a Youngkin victory of about 2.3%. Currently leads by about 3.1, but there's still 6% left, and some of that's in Fairfax, which is going to push it more left. But there's still like these areas here, Chesterfield, which is kind of unknown where that's moving. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with Virginia. New Jersey, not as much, but I wouldn't say it was terrible. I just didn't expect this low of turnout here, which I would have probably altered my prediction. Back to a 30% chance in New Jersey to a 70%. Just nothing coming out of Burlington, nor Salem. Almost a 70% chance the Republicans take the House and Senate in 2022, according to predict it. Well, it looks like I am going to end the stream here. Thank you for everyone joining in tonight. There'll be more content coming back on the channel. There's finally content to be made. Summer was a nice break. We'll have more people joining the channel to help out, talk politics, news, elections. There'll be more talk for the 2022 midterms. I'll be probably covering a video on all this, possibly even tomorrow, when more results are in. New Jersey's finally giving us answers here. Thank you for all watching, and if you're new and you didn't subscribe yet, please subscribe and check out some of my other videos.